Champions. We got audio. What a bumpy start. I was trying to reply to a Goody Guitars. $5 dono. Thanks, mate. He says, Sheriff's Department, you're all under arrest. I replied, just try and catch me cover. But when I hit enter, for some reason it changed my scene, and here I am. Hope you can hear me and everything. Yep, sounds alright. Good enough for us. What's going on, legends? Mad Techie, g'day, mate. Mark, how you going? Dick, how you going? Monday live stream. It's still Sunday afternoon in California. Yes, that's how time zones work. You guys are back in yesterday. In more ways than one. Frankie boy, how you going, legend? Trying to escape a kid's birthday party. Oh, Jesus. It does sound like hell. I think my volume might be clipping a little bit there. Oh, man, there's a lag. That sounds all right. Compressor's kicking it. What's going on, everyone? It's been too long since I did any videos. Every day's been so busy. On the weekends where I used to have Saturdays free, now I've got to spend Saturday morning prepping for Luke. To have some work lined up. I hope the BOFA's not drowning the mic out there. It should be alright with the noise reduction. Just doing the next round of Marshall boards. We may have some news on the USA market soon. Nothing's confirmed yet. But if it goes through, you guys will have local supply of these things as required. I do get asked about every second day if I can ship one to the States, but it's just not worth it at the moment. Thanks to your corrupt government. Hey, Dad. Yep, Dad. Sorry, I just saw the web there and had to double check if it was you or Mum. Went for a nice ride yesterday. Just did a little loop-de-loop from home, up the mountains, down Bells Liner Road, and then back through Currajong, Richmond, and then Penrith. It's fucking lovely, mate. Lovely. Should have dropped into Richmond Records and seen old mate Spider. I haven't dropped out to him since he got the shop. I feel slack because years ago when I first got the shop, he was doing sort of promo for bands and stuff. But he was also promoting local businesses. It was during COVID. He came around to the shop and we did a quick video just talking about the business and whatever. Then I realized that I was wearing like a ripped jumper and I looked like real ratty. I said, fuck it, let's redo it. I'll actually plan it this time and instead of just doing it out of the blue. We never got a chance to do it again, but I'll go out there and maybe do an interview with him about his purchasing of the Richmond Records / music / cafe store. Quite the character. Alright, so we had Michelle and Luke assembling these. Let's go manual focus because I don't trust Honey Boy to stay focused. Oh, I hate the fly-by-wire focusing. It's so jumpy. Sorry, don't mind the gut cam there. It's a really unflattering angle. I think I can turn the BOFA down a bit. It's quite annoying. If I can find the button. Stupid tactile buttons that you can't feel. Bit better. Right, so first off, I start with the shortest components, the lowest protruding components from the board, and get them all installed and soldered. These were soldered by, well, we all took a type of board each. Luke started, I think he got to about 3 boards, and Shell and I finished off the rest yesterday. Good practice for him, but yeah, he's not lighting the world on fire, and he won't be for some time. Needs practice, so I'm just taking the opportunity as I continue to assemble them to just go over all these solder joints and just check them all, make sure he's trimmed them off correctly, make sure they're properly flowed. I did have a customer last year that he was quite rude, actually. Like, this is the worst soldering I've ever seen in my life. These boards are terrible quality. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Are you talking about my boards, or are you confused? Because you get emails from people and they're just completely confused. I think sometimes they email you when they're drunk or they're having some psychotic episode. And then the next day they apologize, and like, you're trying to figure out what the hell they were on about. They're just mentally ill or something, I don't know. But this bloke's like, this is the worst soldering I've ever seen. It's all crusty, all the joints, nothing's flowed through properly to the other side. I can't read the writing on the component numbers. It's ridiculous. And I said, well, for starters, why do you have to? The board's tested and ready to go. That's what the soldering, well, it looks better than that because that hasn't had the flux cleaned off, but the lead-free solder gets like a milkiness to it. It's not shiny as like leaded solder. That's just how the alloys work when they re-solidify. I've never seen a lead-free solder that looks 100% the same as leaded, like that mirror shine. It's just how they are. So clearly this guy's never dealt with lead-free solder before. He said, why'd you use lead-free solder? I said, I have to because it's getting exported to internationally, so Europe, you need it. 106.3. Let's just stop that down a bit. Change the ISO to, so let's say 1000. It looks better, doesn't it? Not blowing out the highlights as much. It's not the greatest lens. You zoom right in and you get some chromatic aberrations. But tis what tis. Still better than the old camcorder. And to buy a like really nice lens, you're talking like $2,000+. Whereas that one was about, I don't know, 600 or something. Second hand. So eventually I said to this bloke, okay, for starters, the solder by IPC standards is not required to flow through to the opposite side completely of a through-hole plated board and still be compliant. I do agree that it does make it stronger if required for particularly the large mass components like the resistors, and it's a good idea, but it's not required for small components like the resistors and whatever. However, on these I have started flowing it through, just sitting there a little bit longer on each joint, just so there's no other complaints. But essentially I said, look, this is up to standard. I don't know how much experience you've got, but it is what it is. Microphone still has tin foil wrapped around it. I don't think so, mate. I think that's because I got the buffer on. If I turn that off, it'll go back to normal. But yeah, so it's just the buffer and it's the noise suppression doing the best it can. All right, I'll just choke on solder fumes then for you. Yeah, it's the noise reduction and the fume extraction in the background. Is there another customer that's willing me to be open? I don't open on Mondays. I'm just down here for a couple of hours to catch up. But then I've got to go home and do some work at the home workshop. But it was like last weekend. This guy's just like bashing on the door on a Monday, and I'm like, I popped down for 2 hours to get some paperwork to take back home and do that I forgot to pick up on Saturday, and it says closed on the front door. It shows the hours on the front door, and they just bash on the front door. It's like, fucking seriously, man. Anyway, for the small amount of soldering we're doing, I'll just leave the noise reduction off, and we can just carry on. But for the valve sockets and stuff, there's a lot of solder volume there, so I'll be turning it back on for that. But I probably won't even get up to that today because there's a lot to do beforehand. So these are the JST brand connectors, EH series. Speaking of weird noises, I was riding the bike down today, and I hear stopped at a set of lights, and stopped at a set of lights. I should put these in containers. And I heard this funny noise. I thought it was coming from the engine, like I'm like, oh fuck, what's going on here? And got my head down there trying to have a listen. And then I realised it's just there's a chopper going overhead. When you got the helmet on, you've got no like directional perception of sound. It's just all you got no idea where any sound's coming from when you got the helmet on, because your ears don't work like they should. So you'll hear a siren or something, and you'll have no idea where it's coming from. So you got to look around everywhere as soon as you hear it. BOFA or similar units are quite spendy. Do you get bang for buck compared to a cheap desktop extractor like a Hakko? Look, for production, yeah. I've got one of the small just fan Hakkos that I think you're talking about over there with the little filter on the front, and they're okay, but you can't you got to set your workstation up to be able to use them. They do have a screw mount on them, but having the big thing floating in air, it's sort of a bit annoying. So these are good because you can just manipulate them around, and they've also got the HEPA filter, whereas that's just a basic carbon filter. And being an enclosed environment in this shop, I'll try to keep the air as clean as I can, because it is just floating around once it exits that unit. If you've got a HEPA filter, it's coming out as clean as possible. But yeah, for average home stuff, it's a massive overkill. Completely agree there. I just got a bit of cardboard there just so I can hold them all in. They don't fall out when I flip the board over. Michael, how you going, mate? Message retracted. What'd you say? I can still see it. No, I can't. Martin Reed, how you going, mate? Hello, Brad from Scotland again. We'll watch for a wee while, and it's time for bed, finishing a Jura. Have you had the rum cask? All the best. Wife in bed, sound down. Okay. Yeah, one of my mates bought me a bottle of the Jura rum cask. It's pretty intense. Not super refined, like it's got some edges on it, but still good. It's a very strong, not just the alcohol. It's only 43, I think, or 46. But it's very strong on the flavor. little bit pointy. I've been getting smashed by requests of people wanting me to fix shit that I don't want to fix over the last probably fortnight, couple of weeks. Just dumb consumer shit, speakers, Bluetooth crap, and hi-fi stuff, and it's been and like just cheap shit like studio monitors, Behringer crap. I just keep every day I deny about 4 or 5 jobs. Not sure. Maybe it's everything's getting a bit tighter now money-wise, so people are trying to fix their piles of shit instead of throwing it in the bin and getting another one. But if they just bought a half-decent one, they wouldn't have to fix it in the first place. But that's the world we live in. Fast fashion, fast electronics, fast everything. Nothing reliable. Why does the flux always go directly towards my face? Got a flux attracting face. So yeah, I was looking at some ways to assemble and build these quicker, and Six and I went to the guitar show the other week, as you saw. But after that, we were chatting about like solder dip machines and stuff. It's one of those things. They, a decent one starts, well, not even decent one. A cheap one starts at like 4 or 5 grand. At what point do you just get external assembly services to tackle it? Then you probably have to fix up every second board, or fix up a couple of things on every board. Don't know. I enjoy doing this, but yeah, it's very time consuming. I don't know what's going on with the chat. It keeps pausing. Watched Six's live stream of you guys at the guitar show. Was classic at the end. You guys can't find them anywhere. As you as a young bloke walk past. Yeah, right. I didn't watch the whole thing. Hey, Brad, my automatic cat feeder isn't working properly. Oh, he solved 2 problems. Nah, cats are okay as long as you keep them inside, but no one ever does. And PCB houses can do through-hole assembly. How you going, Jace? Yeah, I might try that next. The one thing I'm concerned about is them substituting parts with stuff that I don't want, which they're known to do. They'll just use up a reel of some inappropriate part that they've got floating around to save money, even though they've sent them the parts or charged them for the parts. So yeah, keeping track of bomb. As soon as something's out of my hands, it's just a recipe for fucking disaster, eh? As soon as there's other people involved in decision making who are not under my control directly, it's asking for trouble. But in the meantime, Luke enjoys doing them, Michelle enjoys doing them, I enjoy doing them. We'll just in the quantities we're making, we'll battle on for the moment. Yeah, like I said, there might be a massive batch of them soon, which I won't have time between, if it goes through, I won't have time between now and then to be able to test any other options, so we're just gonna have to knuckle down and get them done. I can't risk anything being a problem. Got to get them done, get them out, tested and out. Just a bourbon cast, £23 on a budget. Sorry you were late for Lyle last night. Remember the clock's changing. Well, our clock hasn't changed. Has their clock changed? When does daylight saving happen over there? Oh, did I drop one out? Did I not solder one? Yeah, I missed one. It was left on the cardboard. Because local time here, he only streamed from what, 5 till 7. Normally he streams from 6 till 9. But we're still in AEDT, daylight saving. So has his time zones changed in relation to us? I don't know. Let me just connect to 4 because it's going the other way. I haven't, I could easily find out, but I'm busy right now. I have started working on the next revision of these primarily to change the solid state stuff to surface mount, because the J175s are getting thin on the ground. I've got stock for the foreseeable future, but eventually we're going to have to switch to surface mount for the JFETs at least, and I may as well switch to surface mount for the Darlingtons as well, because they're just a piece of piss to do all at once in that manner. It's very quick doing surface mount transistors, way quicker than through hole. Engineering is a discipline. Engineering as a discipline is an art at solving a problem using the minimum resources necessary. While it's important to be economical, I think it's been carried out to the extreme these days. Yeah, to the point where stuff barely works. Like their rejection rates or their failure rates, or crib deaths as I call them, are probably through the roof, but it's still like worth doing because they make so much margin on the ones that do work that it's still worthwhile. It's fucking sad. Like you see the videos of Gibson cutting their headstocks off their reject guitars. It's like if you just took greater time and care, you wouldn't have any rejects. But it's worth having rejects, because then the ones that are barely good enough to sell, you make a lot more money on. Yeah, the world we live in. Lyle streamers early because he wanted to do photography. Okay, so he moved it forward a bit. Yeah, because I woke up and logged in, and straight away he's in the stream. Alright, all good. I watched it back yesterday. Should check out his Flickr account if he went photographing. I like it saying it like that. Photographing sounds cooler. Probably hasn't had a chance to edit anything yet though. Oop. So how'd you go, Jace, at the guitar show? You get any conversions, any sales? What was the final verdict? Would have been mad to catch you for a beer, but I assume that you would have been busy packing up after hours. You're going to release limited mod batch DSL with something like 1 UF on V1 cathode bypass and 470 picofarad in parallel with 100k. You give me a bit of a formula there. Look, we are going to do a modded, like a hot rodded version, or as an option for each type. But yeah, at the moment we're just producing the sameys, because you can't really sell them until you've had a chance to do marketing, like video demos, that kind of thing, show the difference. But yeah, that's the plan. We are going to do that. I don't know how long these things will sell for. Things got a lot quieter with all the tariff bullshit in the States, but if we get around it the way we're planning to get around it, that'll open that market up again for a while. We'll do a big batch, stick it up their ass, and see how quickly they sell. If they sell too quickly, we're gonna have to order another batch immediately. Basically, start production immediately on the next batch. But we'll have about 10 in spare of each type once we've sent them, and that's this batch here. So the other thing I'm looking at for ease of production is a Hakko 153 lead former. And I spent a whole day forming leads on just this batch of 30 boards. And that's me doing it, not, you know, someone who's doing it for the first time. So having a lead former would be a great help. You'd literally get it done in about 5 minutes. Every component, maybe 10 minutes. Because you just put the bandolier of parts into it, turn the crank about 4 times, and they're all done. And they're all in a little bin ready to be put back into their parts drawer. With the leads cut and bent 90 degrees at the spacing to suit the PCB footprint. However, that machine for a quality one, Hakko, made in Japan, is about over $2,000. Probably still worth it though. Have you any options on the Gilmore Parts Caster Strat? Gilmore Parts? Gilmore? I've got one here that's got Gilmore style pickups in it. Is that the one you're talking about? The red one? Opinions. Oh, opinions. I thought you said options. Opinions. Oh, that's just marketing shit. Oh, yeah, I couldn't give a flying fuck about that. Sorry, Martin. Hey, Brad, was there any specific voicing changes you made with the FYM changes with your next batch? No, so these are designed to be close to the original circuit. You'll possibly, I've had reported to me that they're quieter and less noise, probably because of the component choices and the resistor types in particular at the front end. I've also had reported there's better clarity, better picking definition. Don't know. I'll get out my picking definition meter and measure that one day. But it's probably due to the layout being a little bit more spacious, a little bit more carefully thought out. And just keeping stuff away from other stuff is probably mainly, we've got that to thank. Oh, that resistor's pushed over at an angle. I'll have to fix that. Cindy Guitar Show is worthwhile for sure. Well, that's good. That's all he's going to say. Yeah, it's good fun. I mean, a lot of it was, you know, I'm not really interested by seeing like 100 Fender guitars hanging on a wall, you know. That was kind of boring. A lot of the playing was very, you know, the type, the minor pentatonic or the modal stuff. A lot of the guys were playing very samey stuff. There's a couple of gun players there that were great to watch, but I didn't feel like playing anything because I'm a shit player anyway. Did have a quick play through some of Jace's gear and that was fun. Through the aux box. There's a couple of stands at the show that I did not see anyone go to. They're just sitting there twiddling their thumbs the whole day. One of them was Rip Rack, which makes like Velcro cable holders. And I think because you can see what they are and how they work from a distance, there's just like no one cared. Poor buggers. There's a bunch of pedal guys there. There's a whole pedal sort of kiosk set up in the center. A couple of pedal builders I was chatting to that actually are doing good work rather than the bullshit Instagram builders. We're building good quality circuit board stuff and innovative stuff and you could ask them about their circuits, and because they weren't just circuit copycats, like a lot of the Instagram dickheads, they could actually explain to you what concepts were behind the design. I think that's another customer trying to get in. Hang on. I don't know. Whatever. I'm busy. It can't be open every day, champions. I need to concentrate sometimes. Excuse me. Oliver Collar. $5. Thanks, mate. Copy money. Thank you. Have you got a favourite guitar player? Not really. I love Mark Knopfler. I don't know. I was thinking about that yesterday because someone asked Lyle that, and he spouted off a comprehensive list of names, and I thought, you know, I don't think of individual guitar players, because a guitar player that's amazing in one band could be completely unsuited to another band. I think of bands that I like. I guess like Gina from Baroness is a fucking gun. So is John. Nels Klein, I guess, from Wilco, which I thought Lyle would have mentioned, but he didn't. I'm sure he's kicking himself now that he didn't. But Nels Klein's amazing. I'm just talking people that are alive. I couldn't give a fuck about guitarists that are dead. They've got enough fans how it is. I kind of don't listen to anything that's not a current band anymore, because it's just, you get stuck in nostalgia, and it's just support the bands that are still alive, not the fucking record companies that own the dead musicians' back catalogue. So I don't really listen to I don't listen to much music from dead people or bands that no longer exist. I do occasionally, but I try to push myself to listen to currently active bands, is what I'm saying. Alright, I don't need the 4-pin one now. I'll put them back in their bags. How come I've got so many of them? Did I fuck up my connector order? 4 pins. I shouldn't have any of them left over unless I just rounded it up. 3 position, 4 position. I ordered 30. Why have I got 30? It's a worry. 30 of them, 30 of them. They're only like a few cents each, so who cares? But I'm just worried that I ordered too little of one of the other types. It's like I thought there was one per board, but they're only on the 3-channel ones. Yeah, sorry about really being slack with the videos recently too, champions. I had a lot of personal stuff going on and whatever that has made me not want to do videos. 1, 2. Okay, so there's 2 per board. Two, 3, 4, 5. We should have none of them left over. Yeah, I've been struggling to make any videos, to be honest, because of just the situation in the world. It just feels so irrelevant. My stupid little hobby / job over here, it just feels so quaint, and I don't know how to explain it. It just feels so petty and silly to be worried about component values in an amp or whatever, with all the shit going on in the world. Do you have a list of common component values for guitar amps and preferred brands? Vichy, niche, I think you mean Nichicon, etc. Not really. It depends what amps you're working on, you know, like, You got to think about, if you're working on fender stuff, you got to think about like the lead lengths. Are they going to reach the eyelets? You could just stick. So there's an E series of component values. Generally, everything's in the vintage stuff is in the order of E6. So let me just show you that E6 series. So it's just a series of numbers. It's showing me trains. E series of preferred numbers. Okay, so this is how it works, right? Let's Wikipedia it. Well, Wikipedia still exists before the censorship takes it down of the fascist world. Disk share. E series of preferred numbers. E series is a system of preferred numbers, also called preferred values, derived for use in electronic components. It consists of E3, E6, E12, 24, 48, 96, and 192 series. The E, the number after the E designates quantity of logarithmic values steps per decade. So there you go. And if we have a look at series down here, that's the 24. So E3 is a bit coarse because you've only got 3 values per decade, right? So that's going to be, you can make an amp that'll work, but it's going to be pretty pretty hard to dial in. I mean, like, essentially, like that E3 you could easily build an amp with, right? E6 is generally what we stick with in the old vintage stuff. So you've got 6 values per decade: 1 ohm, 1.5, 2.2, 3.3, 4.7, 6.8. And then you're working up. You know, you got your 1K, 1.5K, 100K, 15, 150K, 220K, 330K, blah blah blah. E12 is generally what I stock in everything, with a few extra values in between that I know work. Like there might be a specific application, for example, the voltage divider in a Blues Junior power supply. I know that we need like an 18K or a 24K or something, which are not part of those series, but that dials the voltage right in about where we need it for most valves. So if you start stocking all of these values, things get pretty expensive, right? So are you doing repair? Are you building amps? If you're doing repair, you're going to need a lot of like 100K to replace drifted plate loads, that kind of thing. Probably need some 220Ks for balance resistors because they always drift on the series caps. Some of your higher values might go noisy, like the reverb mix resistors, so you'll have some spare 2.2Ks. 470Ks are good for experimenting with attenuation between separate stages. You often see them in, you know, the Marshalls with their voltage dividers if you're creating a high gain monster. 1K you'd have for like screen grids, and then I use like 2.2 or, for example, 3.3K for EL84s, that kind of thing. So it's just about the applications. What you find is when you start repairing amps, right, if that's the way you're going down, you're going to need this many parts on the first job. So instead of ordering 1 of each that you need, order 10 of each. And then the next job, you might find another common thing that happens there. Just order 10 of those parts too. Before you know it, you've got a collection. Why is everybody coming around? Bro, I'm closed. Fucking Google it. Jesus Christ. Hang on, let me go sort this bloke out. Well, well, well. 3 holes in the ground. Sorry about that, champions. A good customer of mine, so I let him in. He dropped off a Rivera TBR1M. If you know those things, they're absolute monsters. And apparently there's been like 3 other techs who couldn't figure it out and fucked it up even harder. So that's going to be interesting. Seems like pretty much every job these days is been destroyed by some incompetent cockface. But anyway, we'll not count our chickens before they hatch. We'll have a look at that one, and it's on an open time frame, I told him, because we're so busy. But he also has a stash of valves that I might be interested in, so I'm glad I opened the door that day. Today. Where are we? Okay, catching up on the chat. Do you have a list of common values? Yep, we went through that. No need to explain it. I enjoy videos. If you're not feeling it, leave it. Yeah, that's what I reckon. I'd rather not make a video at all than like push myself, because you can feel it's pushed. You can just tell there's no passion in the voice. I've tried to edit ones where I've tried to push myself through and do videos before, when I was either too busy to give it my all, or I was just not probably depression, to be honest. But you push it, and then when you're editing it, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like editing a friggin' porno of your parents or something. I don't know. It feels wrong in so many ways. So I ended up just deleting it, and just I'll film again when I feel like it, because you can feel when you feel like it. You're like, the only thing you want to do is come down and go, "G'day, champions," and get into it. And you know, the only thing you want to do is film a video when you're in the zone. When you're not in the zone, that's the last thing you want to do. So I'll just leave it till I get that drive back, which is, it'll come. It's happening more and more that I'm not feeling it, and I'm worried that one day I'll just go fuck it and just not make any more. But I don't know. I don't know whether I will. I hope I don't, because I want to keep this going. But all I'm saying is I do understand why some YouTubers just one day just stop making videos, and that's the last video you see. Nothing's happened to them. They're just like, did that for a bit. Now I'm just doing other stuff. See you, Martin. Take it easy, legend. Hit the like button. That's right. Bit of repair servicing, own gear at the moment. Maybe a few builds in the future. I own too many Mesa Boogies. Might as well start in the deep end. Well, Mesa Boogies. Is that another customer? Come on, man. I can't have the busiest day ever on a day that I'm closed. DHL? Is that for me? Hang on. I should just open, I guess. Maybe I'll just start doing that, and people just have to deal with me talking to a camera. It's very awkward when you're putting your live stream on pause every 5 minutes to serve a customer. Yeah, so Mesa Boogies, you're generally going to find they've got some pretty weird values in some places. So you just have to have a look at the schematics, but knowing what fails, you're only going to learn that after you've been working for a bit. But yeah, what I was saying is basically, you get in a repair, when you need to order parts, you order 10 instead of 2. Now you slowly start building up a stock of the commonly required parts just by virtue of you ordering what you need. And before you know it, you've got a bit of a kit. So when I started, I wasn't I didn't really have any access to like really high-end amps or really cool vintage stuff. It was all just Blues Juniors, Hot Rod Deluxes, over and over and over and over again, classic 30s. So my inventory started building around what often fails on them. So you've got your 16 volt Zenas, you've got your 470 or 470 ohm 5 watt wire wounds, you've got 100k plate loads, 82k, 91k, where you just bypass the 9.1k and using 82 and 100, which is fine. They were just using anode scaling there. Don't know why they did that when it was the only Fender amp ever really done it on. And yeah, so I started having a inventory mainly of that kind of gear, with the occasional job like a Class D repair or something like that. So in a few cases, there was some that I assumed would be ongoing problems with that model, and there was either not as many of those amps out here as I thought there was, or it was a spontaneous one-off failure. So now I've got stock of those things that never occurred again since in the last 10 years. So, you know, you're going to end up with a bit of that, but what you can do is just sell the surplus on eBay or whatever. Someone will buy it. And I'm thinking about doing that on my webpage, actually, just to clear the stock a bit. You can't hoard things. Not in this day and age. Gotta travel light, my friend. You're a smart one, Brad. Not only do you use your mind, but you learn from others and you work to get better every day. I try to, yeah. That is unfortunately a rare trait, but one worth celebrating and encouraged. Thank you, Guitar78. People seem to take pride in the fact that they don't try. They're just really good, like, intrinsically at things. A lot of the boutique builders are like that. Like, they'll never admit a mistake. They'll do a thing the exact same way all the time because that's just the way they did it. Or the other thing that makes me cringe like fuck is when they say, well, it's good enough for Leo, it's good enough for me. You know? It's very frustrating that they just don't have any curiosity or sense of adventure even, you know? They just keep doing the same shit over and over again, even though there's better ways. That's taking longer than it should. No, I don't know what his politics are. It's irrelevant. Unless they bring it up. His wife is teaching him how to eat with chopsticks for the first time. Bro, I've always used chopsticks. I always ask for chopsticks at a restaurant. What am I up to today? Omelette socks? I'm assembling some boards. Doing the fiddly annoying parts. After this, once you get the connectors in, it's a downward slope. You're just like, you're ripping down the hill. And as you put the parts in, it's real satisfying. Up to now, the resistors and the diodes and the connectors, it's very slow and tedious, and you feel like you're getting nothing done, but you're actually getting more done than the second half, which is putting in all the pretty large components that are very satisfying to snap in, and you look like you're really getting a lot done. So we're just battling through the annoying, tedious part, and then we're going to go to the fun part afterwards. We'll see how long I stream for today. I was going to work at home. I was going to work here. Doesn't matter where I am, there's always like infinite hours of work to do. There's infinite hours of work to do at home. There's infinite hours of work to do here. So it's just wherever I feel like being that day and whoever's screaming the most for their job to get picked up. This has got me a bit spooked, these things, because I want this batch out of the way. So if that big order does go through, which may happen this week, I'll have the decks clear to build another 60 boards. I'll probably round that up to... Might round that up to 100. I'll see what the quantities do in terms of because the more stuff you order in one go, the more money you save, right? Like sometimes dramatically so. So that would bring our total boards built up to 200, which doesn't sound like a lot, but they are $500 each, or 450 excluding GST. Hello, fellow kids. Hot Rod Deluxes pretty much always need fixing the resistors and Zenas, potentially the traces that get cooked to hell. Yeah, I got videos on them, how to do it properly using turrets and whatever, and if it's really far gone, if it's not that bad, it's one of those problems if you get on it early, it's a lot easier and cheaper to fix. If you get on it later, you got to drill holes and you're paying at least another hour or so, and plus extra parts. I'm working on a Mojotone Princeton reverb kit. They have a 100 microfarad, 100 volt cap in the bias. Every other schematic I see has lower values from there. Any harm in using the 100 microfarad cap won't impact tone. So the only issue with that, 100 microfarad is an overkill, but it won't hurt anything, providing that you don't flick the amp on and off. Because it takes time to charge that 100 microfarad, and it's getting charged at the same time you power it on. The bias voltage is going like this, and the HT is going like this. If you're talking about a purely scalar, the bias voltage is rising negatively, and as a HT is going up. But if you turn the thing off, then the HT might sit there and your bias voltage is down here, and then you turn it back on again, and you won't have bias supply there. It'll take time for that cap to charge up, so the valves get hit by a bit of a surge in current. It's probably not the end of the world, but as long as you don't go using like 1000 microfarad or some shit, I generally like to stick with 22, or create another node with the 10s. 22 is fine, but you won't hurt anything using the 100. Just don't flick it on and off like a madman. Like you're flicking the bean. So the one problem with doing the solder bath on these, the thing that complicates it is the valve sockets. So the preamp ones you'll be able to solder, but the power amp valves you might have to put some Kapton tape over them if you did use the solder dipper, and then take that off to hand solder them, just to stop the solder from getting in the holes. Otherwise you'd have to desolder them before inserting the sockets. It's all stuff you got to think about in production. There's ways around it. It's a cost-benefit analysis to figure out if you're going to end up spending more time to save time somewhere else, or if it's still worthwhile. Okay, I hadn't thought of that. Thanks, I won't flick the bean. That's why you come to this channel, champions. It's schoolyard humor. So, watch talk. I got a nylon band for my little Seiko Prospex Speedmaster, and honestly, it transforms a watch. I think it looks really cool with the pattern, because it's a busy looking watch. There's a lot going on in that dial. Plus you got the tachymeter around the outside. So there's quite a bit going on. It's like a poor man's Speedmaster, right? I think the sort of pattern on the nylon really, plus it goes with the green on the face. It's a bit hard to see that, but it is a very dark green face. And yeah, I think it goes well together. Just a cheapy eBay thing, but the build quality looks nice. I did have to shorten it, so I heated up a felt like I was doing heroin. Heated up a spoon with a blowtorch, and just sort of after cutting it, just like went like that with the spoon, just to get the curve back onto it. I think it worked all right. But yeah, I see that Seiko, I didn't realize that at the end of last year they released a watch which is like the it's a fully automatic version of this. So CK. But it's like speed timer, speed timer, speed timer, automatic. Yeah, they're like $4 grand. They're pretty cool though. Is that the one? Or yeah. So this one, desk share. This one here, SRQ055. That's not the number I saw though. This is a smaller one, I think. They have one that's 41 mil. No, 42. Yeah, that's the one. I seem to remember it had a different number though. But yeah, that's their take on the or the Omega, challenging the Omega. So that's got the stopwatch, but it's fully mechanical. So this one's got a stopwatch. It's the same design, but smaller. But it's quartz, so a lot easier to have the timing, you know, the stopwatch set up. You don't have to have a friggin' crazy crazy movement in there. Turn that back around for the meter. So yeah, that'd be nice, but $4 grand. It's priced about not far from an Omega second-hand one anyway. Have half a coffee on me. Shit ain't getting cheaper. Well, that's a espresso with an extra shot there, Alan. At most places, $5. That's good. That'll kickstart your heart. Thank you, mate. Flesh 84, $10. Thank you, sir. I asked you about diesels in the past. You said the VH4 wasn't built well, but I think you said another one was. Do you consider diesels in generally not well made, or just the VH4? Look, I don't know heaps about them because I've only seen a few, and I've seen gut shots of a few. The VH4, I've had 2 of them on my bench, and they were both built exactly the same, and it's such an inexplicable method that I've just got no idea why they've chosen to do it that way. It's built like a fucking bamboo shack. It's weird the way they built it. At first I suspected it might be a fake. Like, even, you know, all the people saying whenever I see a poorly built vintage amp, everyone's like, oh, it must be a fake, must be a fake. So usually that's cope. That's what we call cope. But asking around my colleagues in the States and the UK, they said, no, they're all built like that. And just like, I've got no idea why. Apparently he built the first one and it sounded really good. So he just, like, almost like a pseudoscience way of thinking, he just said, oh, we'll do exactly that every time and we'll have the same results. I'm like, well, you will, but why don't you just lay the fucking board out better? Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. But having said that, I've seen in the guts of a few other diesels, can't remember the types, and they look like world-class amps. So I don't know what the deal is with the VH4, or if there are other models built like that, or if they have multiple manufacturing facilities. I have not had time to look into it. If anyone can shed light on that, I would appreciate it. I'm not trying to start a war with anyone, but just explain to me why the fuck you build your amps like a telegraph pole above a circuit board instead of using the fucking circuit board. It doesn't make sense to me. But if you can tell me why that happened, there may be a reason. I still can't see there being any justification, but there may at least be a reason behind it, because at the moment I can't figure out what the fuck it was done like that for. Get yourself a Grand Seiko on your next holiday in Japan. I should go to Japan, shouldn't I? It's cherry blossom. Michelle, are you watching? Can we go to Japan this week? I want to pick up a Hakko 153. So yeah, talking about the Hakko 153, I'll just show you that. It's a really shitty video, and the person who did the video wasn't very professional about it, because they didn't even clamp the unit down to the bench. But you get the idea of what it is and what it does. Watch this. Oh, hang on, I'll just enable sound. Desktop audio. There we go. All right. So you see that. You feed the tape in. It's a lot easier than this person makes it look, but you bolt the thing down to the bench, you're not trying to hold it. And you could go a lot faster than that too. But essentially, that's what you're left with. Straight off the band, you've got your resistors all formed up, ready for insertion. And you can set the length of the right angle bend as well, so you can fold some over on the bottom side. It looks like he set it up for wave soldering, which is fine, but we'd set it up to have a bit more length on the leads. You can load individuals too, but why would you bother? There's no time advantage there, but yeah, pretty cool units. But like I said, $2,000. I forgot Sakura is this week. Yeah, starting. It's just started. Pretty early. Bit of a worry considering it was about 2 weeks later. Gotta love those after hour customers, yeah. I should probably just always be open, man, but I need to figure stuff out and think, and need to do Zen work, man. Zen work. So yeah, just looking at the price over in Japan of one of those units is about half of what it is over here. So if this order goes through, did I miss one again? I'll look at getting one from one of the Japanese sites, because they're about half the cost, and that's including shipping. That's a cool watch. I've got one of those cheap Casio. Casio are great. I love Casio watches. I don't know if you guys that have been here for a while would remember I was always late to live streams. So Lyle, out of the goodness of his heart, sent me a Casio G-Shock, because the only watch I had was a wood watch that Michelle got me and got it engraved. Problem is, whenever I work on a speaker cabinet, the quartz mechanism inside would stop. So you'd wonder why your watch ends up being like 5 minutes out by the end of the week. Anytime I'm in the proximity of a magnet, the movement stopped, which was weird because it was quartz. But yeah, like watch demagnetization is a thing too. They do that with servicing. Most of the metals in it aren't magnetic, but you'd imagine things like the main spring would be spring steel, which would be magnetic. Yeah, that customer he's a pretty well renowned studio guy. He does like reconfiguration, building studios, restoring analog desks. He's a pretty highly regarded dude, but when it comes to guitar amps, he brings them here and I sort them out for him. So good customer, willing to let him in during the closed time. Damn it, one fell out. I'll do that later. Has my camera been slowly zooming itself in over the last however long? Don't give me another problem to sort out. I've got enough fucking problems in my life. I don't need another one. So there we go. I think it was after I showed the watch. So the other thing I've been thinking about is Luke needs a soldering station. So I'm thinking about giving him the old Hakko 936, because they're obsolete, but we've still got some spare tips for them and stuff, and they're fine for working on guitars and stuff. But for production, even the old Paces doesn't struggle, but the regulation of the heat isn't quick responding enough. So I was looking at upgrading just for the production, not for general service work, although it would work great for general service work, but the main reason I want to get it is for quick production, is the Hakko FX100, which is a induction heated unit. Incredibly quick compensation. It's a little bit like say a power supply, right? If you've got really quick feedback regulation, it's essentially like you've got like zero impedance on that line, because although you do have finite impedance, because the regulator kicks in so quick and corrects any fluctuations in voltage, it's like it's artificially reducing that impedance. So the induction heaters are a bit like that. They sense the load on the tip and immediately just dump fuck tons of power into the tip, and it gives the impression of like an infinite thermal mass. Not infinite, but you know, much better than a conventional iron. So one of them will be great for production, because as soon as you go to solder something on the ground plane or something that's just attached to a fat trace, bang, it just dumps tons of power into that tip, immediately dealing with it, which would be great, because I do use fat traces, large pads. That's the path to reliability, champions. That one wasn't all the way down. Let's heat up both the pins at once. Yep, now she's bottomed out. Alrighty then. You zoomed in on your watch. Yeah, sorry, I'm blaming the lens. I just assume the worst in every situation because I'm a pessimist. What's that? Lead. Offcut. Kaboom! Oh, is that Kabuki Man's changed his name? Did you get your account cancelled, mate? I've seen a few names that I think were you. So do you keep getting your account cancelled? Yeah, I think you were saying that last time. You can't be anywhere near it because of your pacemaker. Pretty sure that it's pretty well sealed, but yeah, I get what you're saying as a precaution thing. Scotty, how you going, legend? I've got one of those older black Hakko stations. I think a 936, been working great so far. Yeah, they're great. There's a lot of fakes out there of them though, and the fakes are pretty terrible. But the real deal, they're still battling on, man. They'll fight on forever. I think the tips are compatible with the 888D, but or 888 in general, the analog or the digital one. But I can't remember for sure. I could easily find out because they're both sitting next to each other. But yeah, the old Hakko stuff was a home run. You could have that for decades. You find the tips pop up every now and then, secondhand. Ethos AB763, you changed your name as well. What was your name before? Oh, you've got an FX100 TKs. It goes right, does it? How does it handle like yeah, fluctuations in, you know, like soldering large masses and stuff? Does it like kick it right in the ass, or has it still got a bit of lag there? I mean, it even tells you like how many fucking solder joints you've ever done. You can set it to show you how many solder joints you've done. So if I'm assembling a board, it senses the amount of temperature dips and the time between them and goes, all right, that's a joint, that's a joint, that's a joint. And then you go through the menu and it's like the shutter count on a camera. It tells you the amount of solder joints and how long your tip has lasted for, how many joints it's done, as well as how many hours your tip has done. So you know if your tips are wearing out prematurely for some reason. I need a better desoldering station recommendation. Oh, general ethos. Okay. Desoldering the Hakko stuff's great. It depends what your budget is, Scotty. You could go down the Pace or the JBC route. Is that another customer? Let me have a look. think it was, but I think they've driven off. Oh, should just be open every day, but I need a break, champions. It's draining sometimes talking to people all day. And here I am talking to you all day. It's different. You're champions. Well, you're my loyal League of Legends. Have a fat chisel tip 450 degrees, which will do chassis joins if you're in a pinch, right? Through the FX100. Wow. Metcal, yeah, Metcal's another great brand. Very expensive, but very good. Induction irons are indeed great for production. You might still find you need different tips for ground planes versus traces. Yeah, I'd imagine, yeah, you still need that surface area to transfer the heat over. Lav Mic DS-1054Z can do everything from micro solder to soldering amp chassis. The DS-1054Z, doesn't that just use the PS series handsets? That's just the one-off station. Let me have a look. ADS 200. Okay, that's the micro soldering. The Accu drive system, right. Instant setback. That's that one there. 962. So yeah, the pay stuff's expensive, but again, it's great. It's just really good quality. You won't have any problems with it. There's nothing worse than spending, you think you got a bargain. And then something's just niggly about it. Like when you're in production, if you've got a little niggly problem, it becomes a little niggly problem 5,000 times in a day. And that is a massive problem then. It pisses you off. Here's the Hakko 153 at the local distributor anyway. That's an order in, but I think Henchman has them in stock. They also do I don't know what they do, the 154. There's also a 15. So the 153 can go up to 1mm thick leads. The 154 can only do 0.8, which would probably be adequate, but why not get the bigger one? They're about the same price. And then the 155 is for bending like radial leads, cutting and bending radial leads, but we don't really need that. Most of the caps on here are already got shortish leads. What have we got? There we go, back to normal view. Yeah, the Weller 80 watt will do the difference, that's for sure. Got the small Hakko, I'm bloody tired of taking it apart and cleaning the flapper. Is that the handset one you got? I forget what the number is, but yeah, just the one where the pump and everything's in the handle. Hi Brad, I'm liking that free delivery for mouse. Are fast too, bunch of resistors and caps, but they have free shipping on Hammond transformers too. It seems shipping down under usually costs heaps. Yeah, if you go over, is it $80? If you've got a trade account with Mouse, you get free shipping, regardless of the weight. I don't know how long that'll last though. With everyone, well, you know, I don't need to tell you what's going on. Champions, I'm pretty sure you're across it. The Strait of Hormuz. Fun to say. Hormuz. Hormuz. You've got a Hormuz? Yeah, the handset one is... Oh, yeah, the handset one. I want to step up. What's my options, mate? I'd suggest just going for the latest Hakko. I'm just going to pause that because I think it's playing through my earpiece and that's annoying. Hakko desolder. Oh, do they only have the handset one now? They don't have a dedicated pump one. Huh. See, to me, that handset would be annoying because if you're working on something in a chassis, still get people fucking giving me grief over how I say that. It's how we say it in Australia. Desoldering rework. Desoldering rework station. See, the one I've got from Hakko is more like pencil shaped. It's 45 degrees, so you can get into like harder to reach stuff. This one,
especially with the handle angled backwards, is actually sort of fighting you if you're trying to work on something in a chassis. You just couldn't do it. So it looks like Hakko is maybe not an option anymore unless you're cool with the handle. So I guess that leaves Metcal, JBC, and Pace. So Metcal, well, let's just have a look so we'll get an idea of pricing. Desolder. Sort by price, because obviously it's going to be high valued bad. Alright, JBC, this one looks the goods. 3800 though. And then you get down to the Hakko stuff, which is still 2600. But second-hand market might be your best bet, Scotty, unless you're willing to throw a ton of cash at it. Like, that's just a handpiece, and it's 1200 or 1300 bucks. So yeah, maybe the Pace is probably your best bet, and then the station to go with it. But I don't know if they've got that as a combo here without going the whole hog and getting the whole setup, the MBT system. I mean, this is basically what I've got, just minus tweezers. I've got Hakko tweezers instead, and my unit's the old analog type, not the digital IntelliHeat. Mine's the old sensor temp system. But if you get one of them secondhand, what's the channel? So $3,000, not cheap, man. But you know, it is what it is. But they did have just a desolder, I think SX100. They had a station that was just one single port and a desolder handpiece, but it looks like maybe they've discontinued that and trying to push you towards the whole ecosystem. Yeah, that's disappointing. Alright, if we go down to like, okay, so working our way up from here, because that's where the toys start. You could try the Aten, I don't know how you say it, Aten stuff, but it's built down to a price. Just be aware of that. Is that one? What's this? Metcal. Is there two handpieces there, or is it just showing a different angle? No, there's two. So what, you buy that and you get two? Desolder handpiece for the... Well, which one is it? You have to look up. I'd prefer that one, the pencil shaped, or the, you know, the dildo shaped one. Because that you can get in everywhere. Hence dildo shape. The gun ones I'm not a fan of. And then you start getting up to JVC, and you know, then you got to buy the station as well. So yeah, they're not cheap. And whatever ecosystem you're buying, because you got to buy the parts and accessories to go with it, you're sort of committing pretty hard there. But yeah, your best bet's probably look for a Pace MBT station, second hand, and then factor in maybe buying. The thing is, Pace hits you. Well, Hakko do too, but Pace hits you pretty hard with the spare parts. Some of the Hakko stuff's a bit more budget friendly, but yeah, as soon as you're talking vacuum desoldering station, you're going to be spending at least like, well, remember this is Australian dollars, so this one looks alright for the price, 2,700. That looks alright. V is a micro soldering station using compressed air for precision. What? Compressed air? Fix your description. It's a fucking almost $3,000 tool, and you couldn't be fucked right in your description properly, Tektronix. Come on, guys. All you got to do is copy it off the website and off their website and paste it on yours. I know, because I do it. I've got a website too. Anyway, let's get back to making some stuff. Yeah, FX-888 is fantastic iron. Really good value for money. But as soon as you go down desoldering route, the complexity just means you're going to be paying more quite a bit more for even a basic setup. Yeah, the old 474s are good. That's what I've got up there. 474 with a handpiece. The handpieces I've got are... Can I reach? Can I reach? So I just wanted a new heating element. And old mate said, oh, we had them on the books, but I went looking for them and someone's nicked them, so we don't have them anymore. But the best I can do is I'll match your price and just send you a whole handpiece. I was like, what? Did I hear that right? And he's like, yeah, no, I'll fix you up. I'm like, fuck, all right, deal. So I've got 2 of these spare. These are like, I don't know, $700 or something. 2 Hakko 815s. Because all I wanted was this assembly here, because it gets, that bit's there is made out of like cast iron, and it erodes over time. A long time, but it still erodes. So yeah, this is my Hakko setup. I've got one of them with a 474 station. I've got a spare 474 station at home, which I could plug another one of these into if we were doing a production run or a, say, I don't know, a amp building course or something like that. Just, you know, to address any fuck-ups. I've got 2 of them spare, plus the one I'm still running. So I'm pretty well sorted for desoldering guns for the foreseeable future. I just wish I had that many soldering handsets, because that's mainly what we need for production. And desoldering, unless you're really bad. That looks weird, as mine's just shaped like a pistol grip. Yeah, the 809. I like those ones because they're easy to get into tight spaces, nooks and crannies and whatnot, and they're a bit... So when I'm in soldering mode, I'm used to picking stuff up like this. If all of a sudden I've got to pick something up like that, and just, it's like, I don't know, it's just, you could sort of change in the... I'm probably being picky, but you're changing the ergonomics of your workspace just to use that one tool. It's kind of fiddly. You got to change your stance and where your arm is. If I'm desoldering, I'm just picking up the one next to it. I do it without even looking. It's in the corner of my eye. I know where it is. I reach for it while I'm looking at what I'm working on, and I don't even look at it. Yo, Pete. How you going, mate? What's going on? So that customer that just came in said he's got a stash of new old stock valves he wants to offer me, so we'll see what he's got. He left a box here with preamp valves, mainly 12AY and 12AU7s. 12AU7's not massively useful unless I'm making little 1 watt amps, but the 12AY7s are fantastic because that's what we pop in the Fender Blues and Hot Rod Deluxe amps to tone down the gain structure without having to modify the amp. So they're really good in V1. Just changes the volume range from what was previously between 0 and 1 or 0 and 2 on the control down to being like between 0 and 6. Doesn't massively affect it, but it just makes it more intuitive to use the volume control. So good quality 12AY7s certainly have a purpose here. Did I miss any? Did I miss any? Yes, I heard one drop out. There it is. Always miss connector 4. Because it's the one going the other direction. Damn it. If you miss one, you gotta put it in, then you gotta hold the card on it so you can turn it over. Brad, you mentioned SMD before for parts of this board going forward, your tips for mounting SMD components. So, I haven't gone that way yet, and I know that guitarists are allergic to SMD anything. So I'm a bit hesitant to do the SMD stuff. Partially, it's sad, but partially for marketing reasons. Because you can use them if you do them really well. Just noticed a resistor hanging out there. For mounting the components, it depends what scale you're doing them on there, Jace. So are you talking about like a full board or amp build, or? Because if you're doing a full build, you probably want to get like a stencil cut, which goes off your Gerbers. JBC and that can supply one for you. And getting a squeegee and some solder paste and a reflow oven. If you're just doing the occasional part here and there, or if you, in this case with my boards, fuck. Oh, part just fell out. Sorry, don't mind me. I'll just clean that hole and mount it properly. Luke just adds a little bit too much spare leg on that resistor. If you're just doing a couple of parts, like I'll just be doing the transistors on this one. You're just doing by hand, so you tin just one of the pads out of 3, or if you're doing a resistor or a diode or a capacitor, always just tin one pad and put a little pillow of solder on it. Not heaps, but just enough that it's slightly convex. Solder one leg first, get it aligned, because by melting that solder on the one leg, you can manipulate the angle and position of the part. As soon as you solder the second leg, you can't anymore. So solder just one pad first, get the part on there with tweezers, position it, let the solder dry while you're holding onto it. And now that one of them's oh, hang on, Flesh84 sent me another super chat earlier. I think I might have missed it. Let me scroll back in a sec, Flesh. Yeah, and then you solder your other remaining pads and just be very sparing with the solder. You don't want to blob. You just want to fill it. Just the odd part change. Anything at scale, I'd use PCB assembly. Yeah, you just get the assembly house to do it, because it's all pick and place and automated. That's the main reason you go SMT, is to get automation involved in the assembly process. For the odd part change, what you want is low melting point solder. So I use this stuff up here somewhere. Did I put it away? Bear with me. I think it's behind the light that's blinding me. Hang on. Nope. I think I've showed it on probably on stream before, but I haven't done a video about it or anything. Where's it gone? You know when you put something in a real safe place and then you can't find it? It's safe even from yourself. Here it is. Chip Quick solder removal alloy. So it's not a solder, but it's a low melting point, probably mainly tin. Low melting point solder. Now this stuff melts and at like, I don't know, 60 degrees or something crazy. Like that's why it's gone all funny, because it literally under its own weight, it sort of collects at one end of the tube. So a bit of flux on there. I don't bother with a reflow gun for anything other than larger chips or ball grid array chips, because there's no point if you're just doing a small component. Sometimes you can just, for a diode or a resistor, which is usually the parts that have failed, or, you know, a transistor, you can just put a big blob of conventional solder on there and it'll just stick to the iron. You take the iron off, the part comes with it, right? With this stuff, if you've got like a SOIC, like an op amp or whatever, you just put a little bead of that across all 4 legs on either side, or all 7 legs on either side if it's a dual op amp, a quad op amp, and it stays molten for ages, and where you're heating up the other side, the whole chip lets go. And then you want to clean all this stuff off, because it's not meant for assembly. I just use a desolder gun for that, or a bit of wick, and then you can solder your new part on. So you can even remove like QFN packages and stuff, because this stuff melts at such a low temperature once the board's warmed up, even from just the iron. But if you've got a larger chip like a 72 pin QFN or whatever, you can use just a hot air gun and a bit of this stuff, preheat it, and then use a soldering iron to apply it, and just the preheated board will ensure this stuff stays liquid for ages, long enough to remove the chip. and then you can solder the new one on once you clean the pads. Just got to use a lot of flux. Be aware of that. So for flux, I just use this stuff, and I found it's really good. If I can find it. Where's everything gone, man? Oh, it's up here. I'm hiding shit on myself. So there's lots of different fluxes out there. They're all, heaps of them are fine. This is just the first one I got, and it worked, so I just keep getting this one because it's great. Kind of smells oddly sweet too. I haven't tasted it yet, but well, I'll let you know if I do. Inject it into a donut or something. So this is like a gel, and because it is sticky, you do have to clean it off. Obviously, because it's in a syringe, wouldn't come out if it was solid, but it's it just helps everything flow. Yeah, you use quite a bit of flux. So yeah, I'll just use my iron. Yep. So Flesh 84s. Okay, yeah, I missed that one. Sorry, mate. I think, was that when I had the customer? No. What kind of amp would you recommend to get that modern high gain sound? Thick Rammstein. They use a Messer, but let's assume that's not an option. I mean, you get that with a 5150. You get that with a, I guess, like probably if I was going for that, I'd probably go for like a Bogner or like a Bogner Uberschall or a what's the other one I'm thinking of? An Angle Fireball would be another great one. And you get them pretty cheap. Hughes and Kettner Warp T is another great one because you can get them cheap and they're really well built. Super well built. Just trying to think. There's so many out there. The Randall Diablo RD100 or the RD, if you want a low power one, I think they made a 60 and a 40 as well. They get you there as well. One of Jace's amps. Jace does amps that do metal fantastically. I mean, fucking good enough for Slipknot, eh? Get yourself an Alta 100. Alta. I think you have told me, but where'd the name Alta come from? Jace, if you're still there. You're still there. You're the latest comment. You did tell me it was something mythological or something, wasn't it? Hughes and Kettner. It's a Warp T. Warp T head. So I think a 100 watt head. I think they did make a 50 watt one as well. Splawn, yeah, Splawn. Well, I've got a Splawn that's going to be for sale here soon. A Splawn Nitro. I've got to get on that. I've got to sell that fucking thing before no one's got any money left. I'm kind of a bit hesitant to sell stuff at the moment because if inflation kicks in, the cash in my wallet's going to be worth fuck all. So I might as well hang on to stuff and sell it for $1 million when a dollar's worth a lot less. I don't know economics. Rivera Knucklehead too is another good one. A little bit squishy for me, but it gets you the Messer tone without the Messer build quality. So try yourself a Rivera Knucklehead as well. Not one to sneeze at. Alta Vista. Alta La Vista, baby. Oh, man, I'm so old I remember using Alta Vista. I miss the old internet. I wish it was as simple as back then. I wish it never progressed. I wish it just stayed there in Alta Vista land forever. Knew its place and just was just a tool that we used like your bedside clock. Alta equals elevated, high, tall. Oh, okay. I don't know what to call my shit. Pretty much everything I call, anything I name that I build's going to be something stupid, something funny. Because I'm just a 12-year-old boy. There's a guy out here somewhere, he makes tweed amps. They actually look really good. But he calls it a twanker. It's the twanker. Let's go have a look. I think from memory they're really well built too. He knows what he's doing. New rock and roll amps, Twanker 5A3 style. The Tweed Twanker. It's the Tweed Twanker. Three-way cathode bypass switch. Cool. Enhanced filtering. Hammond transformers. That's a win. Point to point. Is it really? Is it really point to point? No, because he says here it's hand wired on a modern G10 eyelet board. So he says eyelet board there. And then he says point to point. Oh, hang on. Point to point preamp, hand wired power amp. What? What? Hang on. Anyway, the pictures will tell us. It comes with a bloody Celestian blue. That's nice. You fit it in around everything. That's good. Sometimes I don't. Oh, come on. Give me a zoom in. Right, so look at the layout. It looks good. And he's changed the layout. He's used radials so we can repair them. Yeah, I remember seeing a photo and thinking, this ticks all the fucking boxes. He knows his gear and they look well built. Great. So yeah, I'd like to get my hands on one and have a play, just check all the component values and stuff. Oh, okay. So this is point to point. Oh, so he is correct. I'm a fucking idiot. So point to point preamp, hand wired power amp, because he's mounted the caps there, but he's gone point to point on the preamp. I'm not sure why you bother, but some people have a hard on for point to point shit. But he's used coax everywhere. And it looks the goods to me, champions. It's no fucking roller, that's for sure. Or Lazy J. He knows what he's doing. And I love the name, Twanker. It's just... it's a little bit... It reminds me of the... have you heard of... what's it? Metasonics? Metasonics or Metatronics? Metasonics. Yeah, Metasonics. These guys crack me up. Closed. Ah. Metasonics. I can't. I'm sure you guys have seen this pedal with the Robert Crumb-esque photo on the front. Interesting characters. Look at the knobs. It's just knob. What different. I think these guys are mentally ill, but it's quite entertaining. They're the guys that made the fucking fucker or whatever the amp is. The Antisonics. Yeah, the fucking fucker. This is their amp. No, zoom in. Come on, man. Give me a zoom in photo. Nah. I want to see what it says on the knobs. Anyway, interesting characters. I'm not sure what they'd be like to talk to in person, but here we go. High resolution on an incredibly slow website. The G1000. Okay, so that's the model number. Two separate amplifiers with different preamps. The first channel, called the happy channel, is supposed to suck your face. Okay. The second channel, called the angry channel, is supposed to gnaw your foreskin off. Well, you know, they know marketing. Oh, God. I haven't looked close at it before. Yeah, that's a bit cringe. Yeah, I think these guys are a bit special. Come on, scroll. Okay, they just call it normal stuff. They got a little cartoon. Oh, they're all having sex with the guitar. Okay. Interesting characters. Moving on. The pussy melter. I don't know. Yeah, oh no, you got to roll a 5A3. Sucked in. Enhance. That's right, Dustin. Good to see you here too, by the way, Dustin. Sorry if I haven't acknowledged people. The tweaker, yeah, he called it the twanker instead of the tweaker. Probably a Egnator reference. It takes all types though, champions. They walk amongst us. Lunatics. Yeah, they've got an all-valve drum machine, which is insane. I'd really like to get my hands on one of them and just see how it ticks. And it's in like a little Pelican case. You just crack the case open and there's your control surface. Did I get them all? Did I get them all? No. How did I miss those two? Oh my god. Am I going blind? The tweaker amp is very loud, has a tight bottom end and steals your bike. What? 5150's built well. I've heard mixed reviews. No, but so one thing I disagree with Lyle a bit about is how badly they're built. So yeah, they're not great, but they're not by anywhere near as by any means as bad as like a Messer. I'd rather get a 5150, just do a couple of things to it, and you're pretty well in the clear after that. Rewire the heaters so they go straight to the octal sockets. Just go through and reflow the preamp board because the pads are tiny and the traces are tiny over there. Maybe get rid of some of those shitty Molex connectors. But once you've done all of that, they're actually pretty solid. The gain on tap of those things is just over the top though. It's ridiculous in my opinion on the lead channel to anywhere above 12 o'clock and you got so much saturation you can't even tell what the fuck's going into the front end of the amp. So yeah, in short, I'd buy one, but then if you're getting an old one, probably due for a recap too, if you want to gig with it anyway. And throw about another grand at it and you'll have a solid amp after that. They're not bad. The other thing that's annoying, you got to be really careful with the pots because they're stupid fucking 4.75mm shafted pots, which are only available from Peavey, and I think they've stopped producing them. So if you snap them off, and they are liable for snapping because they are so thin, you're kind of up shit creek in that respect. I had to buy a whole set of them for a customer who someone had put set screw knobs on the front of the amp and tightened the fuck out of the set screws, so all the 4.7mm shafts were bent and broken, and so he just wanted every pot replaced, and it cost him like $250 for a full pot set because you can only get them from CE distribution. But he was happy to pay it. Now it's got a full set of original pots, and we restored it to original, including all those things, and he gigs with it, yeah, every couple of weekends at least, I think. Yeah, there's Egnator, but there's Egnator and then there's Egnator. So an actual Egnator amp, I think you can only get if you do his course or get a custom build from him. I'm not sure if he has production amps at the moment, but then the off-the-shelf Egnators have just got his name because he licensed it to a company that he designed the schematics for, as far as I understand. Could be wrong there if in the details. Bruce, if you got my contact details, if you want to reach out and clarify for me. But as far as I know, that's what happened. So that's why the amps sound so great. But they started cutting corners with the production methods after he was sort of out of the picture. So they started like lowering the specs of the power transformers on some of them. The Tweaker, I think, and the Rebel were the worst ones. The 40 watts, I think, from memory, were the most failure prone. The 20 watts are okay. I've actually got, what have I got here? I've got one of his amps here at the moment. I think that's the Rebel. But yeah, great ideas in his amps. Well implemented in the schematic, but not so well implemented in practical sense. bit like the Classic 30. They sound great because James Brown designed the circuit, but the build quality was just cut down to the bone price-wise, to the point where they're barely, you know, they get to a certain age and they're sort of not worth repairing because the market price was so low to begin with. Nah, I'm saying. Ubershaw. Yeah, the Ubershaw's good, but fucking expensive, and they have their issues as well. Some of them had the shitty double plugger caps in them. Some of them, well, they all have the film caps that means suppression caps that go short circuit and flame up and smoke out the rehearsal room. And to remove, to replace them, you've got to remove the rear board, which means you've got to unsolder the speaker, all sorts of stuff. Arredondo, is that the guy that made the single-ended thing? At least try one out, Flash 84, and just know that the build quality is good on them, and they are repairable, and they are solid once you do anything. Yeah, the reefers, reefers and Weimers, any of them from that era with the clear plastic is suspect, regardless of the brand. But I think Reefer and Weimer were the only ones making the clear caps. It seems to be whatever plastic the clear plastic was susceptible to degradation. Mesa owners are like a cult. They will insist until the cows come home that their amps are the best quality available. Yeah, but, you know, whatever. They can fucking circle jerk all they want. When they take it to the tech, they get bent over because of Mesa. Because there's a few that aren't too bad, like the Rectifier series and stuff. They're shit and they're a pain in the ass to work on, but they're nowhere near as bad as like the Mark 7s and shit. Like, holy fuck, I'm not even going to look at one of them. You'd have to cancel your friggin' next 3 days of work just to do a simple repair, man. It's bullshit. Like, yeah, it's all well and good. You charge what it's worth, but we're busy people, man. Like, if something's a massive pain in the ass, like, just for the sake of it, you kind of just don't want to do it because you've got so many other jobs lined up. You'd rather keep a flow and keep everyone happy instead of putting everything on hold just to deal with one unnecessarily difficult fucking diva of an amp, you know? But you know what? The Mesa owners are nowhere near as bad as pretty much everyone who's bought something that fucking Robin Ford's played. What is the deal with Robin Ford, man? He keeps playing these shithouse amps, getting a horrible tone, and everyone just fawns over it. I was watching one of his recent live shows, and it was just crowd footage, but you could hear the rest of the band, and everything sounded well balanced. And then it just had this guitar tone. I'm like, what the hell? And it turned out it was the CSR8 that he was using. I'm like, yep, that's what they sound like. So I don't know why he's going for such a harsh fucking box cutter of a tone all of a sudden, but he didn't used to play with that kind of tone. I'm not sure what's going on there. Is he losing his hearing? I don't know. Interesting though. Maybe something was wrong with the amp and he just had to push through the gig. I don't know. But I'm getting really sick of these guitarists who stand in a photo with a shit amp and then the owner of that amp company goes and posts that photo all over the fucking marketing material, and for years and years and years and years, when the person just stood in the same room as a fucking amp, maybe bought it, it sounded like shit, and then they put it in a cupboard. But every day we're battling some dickhead that's like, oh, well, this highly respected player played that amp, so you don't know what you're talking about. You're not qualified to comment on object reality because you're not fucking Robin Ford. Okay. Is Robin Ford a guitar tech? Does he have to deal with these things when they catch fire? No. He's got a guitar tech that does all the stuff I just did to that amp. Well, there's your fucking answer. I don't know. I just lost patience for those kind of weirdos. They're the cult. Forget Mesa owners, man. And they're like actively aggressive too. They're like, they start telling you they're going to find you and fucking make your life hard because you don't like an amp that they like. They're fucking lunatics, man. They need to be in a padded cell. There's one of them out here during COVID. I personally dropped off strings and valves and stuff to his front door, put them in his letterbox and gave him a ring to let him know they were there during the social distancing laws. And then when the Lazy J video came out, he sent me paragraphs upon paragraphs of hate mail saying I was autistic and I didn't know what I was talking about and I don't deserve to work on anything and I'm a shit player and I should give up guitar, I should fucking kill myself. And this is a bloke that I personally hand served during COVID. And he turns around and fucking does that. So that guy, that shows you the kind of people that get involved with these cults. They're all mentally ill. Science Mother is great preamp pedal. I'll have to check that out. I haven't seen that. Oh, Mark 7 is overly complicated. The preamp looks to be more like a modeler than an actual tube amp. So they've got I think I'd decline one if it came in, but they've got impulse response modeling on them now too, and it's just a drop-in board that's just like cable tied to a wiring loom. Because Mesa. The Gizzard guys used to use a lot of Hot Rod Deluxes. I remember one of them telling me they just explode on stage and get replaced with new ones. Yeah, pretty much. You know what? Black Star Scotty have picked up their game a bit. I'm actually not... I don't like the sound of them, but they're too dark, in my opinion. They sound like a pedal. They sound like a modeler in valve amp form because they're basically a solid state. It doesn't matter that it's solid state, but they're basically a guitar pedal in front of a power amp. But there's not a lot of pick attack there, not a lot of harmonics going on in the top end before the distortion. So I like that fucking unleashed Marshall sound, and they don't do that. But in terms of the build quality, they've still managed to keep producing stuff with surface mount technology, but they've actually changed the design when they have a problem, which is more than we can say for Fender and Marshall. I'd rather have a solid state amp that did one thing really fucking well. Yeah, well, there you go. If you wanted a solid state amp that did one thing really well, oh, a solid amp, sorry. Yeah, 2203, you're right there. But if you wanted a solid state amp that did something really well, go for the MOSFET 100. It sounds like a 2203, and it's a good bit of gear. See, that's the problem with Dunning-Kruger. They are so stupid they don't know they're stupid. Yeah, I think that's probably like 50% of the population now, isn't it, Scotty? Thanks to ChatGPT. That's a customer you can do without. Yes, I do without, but occasionally he plays around here and I want to go and fucking stare at him from the front row. So Ubershaws have issues. You said Engel earlier. You recommend these over the Ubershaw. You can get an Engel Fireball for about $1,200, or one of their other balls. They've got a whole bunch of stuff. And they're pretty good. They use F&T caps. Some of them may need replacing now because we're talking amps from the 90s. But just try them out and just get a feel for them. Find some online demos. Maybe from reputable players. See if Johan Sedgeborn has reviewed any of them, because he does a bit of high gain stuff. But his sound samples are usually pretty samey, but pretty honest too. He doesn't go crazy the EQ and stuff. Yeah, the 2 notes thing. Yeah, 2 notes. Most of their recent amps have nothing wrong with it, but very feature creepy. Yeah, the 2 notes is what Jace has in his rack. Forget the model number. If you're still there, Jace, let us know. Which I got to play through when I was there, and that was really cool. I think I played through that. Did I? No, I just looked at that. I played through his altar. But yeah, it's a 2 note, it's impulse response output. There's no bigger cult than the EVH cult. Yeah, but they tend to be pretty friendly, Scotty. I think they're not aggressively like militant. The EVH guys, they're pretty happy-go-lucky, I've found in my experience. Anyway, I don't know. You might have it different in the pedal world, but John Mayer fans are a cult too. Oh, don't say that around Luke. But harmless apart from how anything Mayo uses quadruples in price. Yeah. It's interesting. I assumed that Luke would be into the Silver Sky, but he's like, nah, I don't like PRSs. I'm like, oh, okay. Fair enough. He just wants a Telecaster now. Until you say you don't like EVH. Yeah, it's one of those things, eh? You're allowed to not like and you're allowed to like whatever. So you people like the fucking opinion police. You're not allowed to have that opinion? Well, get fucked. Basically. Well, you got to pedal in your profile there, Scotty. Sorry, mate. Damn it. Sockets fell out when I flipped it over. I have to cut a piece of MDF. Almost bought a Mesa Lone Star Special, then bought a FSR Blues Junior, a nice little amp, but it does have its quirks. Yeah, you could fix them up. One thing I did to a Blues Junior recently was a preset depth mod in the feedback loop, the negative feedback loop, and holy fuck, like this player played it just on the verge of breakup, but man, that extra bottom end in that little cab, and we did change the speaker as well, really brought that amp to life, man. It didn't even sound like a Blues Junior after that. It sounded like a really nice amp. So I don't know how far that's going to get you with the stock speaker, but with the combination of that and the speaker replacement, it really brought the thing to life. Oh, and removing the dulling cap that cuts all the harmonics out to try and stop oscillation, when you can just manipulate the ribbon wires a certain way and address it that way. Yeah, I should have done a video on that one, but I haven't had time to do videos on anything. Alright, just get these soldered and then flip it over and put the ones that fell out in. So the cardboard is slightly bowed. By holding it a certain way, it keeps them in, but the boards are a little bit bowed as well. So they spring upwards and then the parts fall out. Oh, there's only one fell out. All good. Cannabis Rex. Yeah, that's got the bottom end response you need. Okay, a couple of wires here. Which ones are these? These were done by Shell. For some reason, R14 often has too much wire on it. Not sure why. The argument clinic, yeah. MXR distortion plus from the 70, from like 74. Which one is Scotty? Black Stars? Oh, that's the tone. Right. I wonder if GS 1265 compares to the OG. The 1265 seems to be okay. A little bit. I'm not sure if I'm getting the numbers mixed up, but from memory, isn't that the one that sounds a little bit creambacky? Do you think premium guitar pots are worth it or just snake oil? It depends. Good quality pots are like necessary in my opinion, but anything that says premium in the name is probably just rebadged shit that has a massive price tag on it, basically scams. I mean, like, what is a scam? Is it a scam if you pay $20 for a single pot and it is a good pot? Or is it a scam? Like, because you're kind of getting what they're telling you. You're getting what it says on the box. But in my opinion, if they're getting like the Damasio, they charge like $30 for a pot. It's just a fucking CTS. It's got Damasio printed on it, and the CTS is $3-4. So that to me is a bit dishonest and a bit scammy. I'll just go with Burns or Alpha or CTS. Anything else? I haven't, like, if it works, it's like your coffee cup. Like, why upgrade your coffee cup if your coffee cup works and, you know, it does what it's supposed to? I think a lot of people just want to upgrade for the sake of upgrading, but each to their own. It's a bit like watch collecting, I guess. I don't need another watch. I just want one. Trying to be a bit more understanding about these behaviors. The OG 2203 speaker. Yeah, it was in the combos, wasn't it? Yeah, I think they were okay, weren't they, Scotty? They sounded alright. I don't know what it is with 2203 combos though, or just JCM 800 combos in general. They're just so disgustingly treated. It's like people take it out on them that they're heavy, but they're like, usually the inside's got leaves and dust and dead spiders and shit in them when they come in, and half the time when people get their amp back after a service, the first thing they say is, holy shit, it looks like a new one. It's like, yeah, it's called a scrubbing brush and some nifty. You probably could have done that before you brought it in, but anyway. Is what it is. As they say in The Irishman. Did they fall out again? No? No, all good. Yeah, burns are good. Some of the tapers work against you in burns, so you got to be careful what series you got. I found the 24mm ones, the tapers are drastically different to the 18mm ones. The 18mm ones being a bit more predictable, which is a bit weird. What makes an amp a good pedal platform? I'm going to mess around with the first try of the normal channel, so it take those. Oh, you just deleted your comment, bro. The 70s sound like crap. Those are in combos. 80s are okay. Okay. The 70s. Do you mean the G1270 or the 12T75? Someone's knocking and trying to get in the door. Yeah, it says closed, bro. Champions, champions. I'm not going to complain too hard. There's a lovely old bloke. Oh, not old bloke. Lovely bloke customer. Everyone's old these days. But he also knows the way to a amp tech's heart. Not a massive fan of Jack Daniels, I'm going to be honest, but great to have as a mixer for family and that when they come around and just want a bourbon. A lot of people don't like Scotch for some reason. Crazy bastards. Just picking up an amp, that bloke. 59 Basement LTD. Good amp. I like those amps. Pickups. Ugh. I think the Jensens are the biggest thing holding them back. A little bit crispy. Oh, you've got a virgin. Greg with all the 8s. He's an 8 monger. How you going, Greg? What's going on? Are you like old Greg? I'm old Greg. Let's catch up on the chat when I finish this board. Sorry, champions, just trying to get some work done. I should just go back to being open Mondays, I think. Any hope of getting work done behind the scenes at the home workshop's gone. I'm just going to have to go back to work until friggin' midnight every night once I get home. Because literally the day that I'm closed seems to be the busiest day whenever I pop my head in down here. I hate to know how many people come and go when I'm actually not here. But we've had some appointments and stuff which have messed up the usual hours around here, so there's been a bit of unpredictability happening, which is out of our control. So you got to piss with the cock you got, as they say. Go easy on me. I'm old Greg. Well, there's my phone ringing for the 3rd time. We've got like 8 missed calls, man. What's going on? Hang on. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to put it on silent. I'm just going to put it on Do Not Disturb. And I'll ring everyone back once the stream finishes, because I don't think you guys want to watch me in silence talking on my phone. I think it's probably not great for the stream content. Don't you? Is this clipping now? It's got such a long delay. What are you saying about the JTM 60? Nothing. We weren't talking about a JTM 60 unless someone else was further up. Adjust my gain. Hey, 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 hey. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Why isn't that changing? Why isn't it changing at all? Testing 1 2. 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 That's better. All right, scrolling back. 70's a crap. Okay, M70 speaker. I like that speaker, honestly. I don't get the hate. The M70. The G1270 sounds crazy bright with weird mid-range. The 80 is the Anthrax speaker. The G1265 is the speaker after the black backs until the G1280 in the 4x12 cabs. Thanks for clarifying, Scotty. I'm a bit thin on the history with them too. Maybe that's why I like them. I'm a sucker for darker voice amps. Yeah, it's a little bit like matching your guitar up with your front end of your amp. Like some amps are really bright and they're really good with Les Pauls, but too much with the Strata-Ratelli. And then other amps are great with the Strata-Ratelli, and then the Les Paul sounds like you got a blanket over it. And yes, the speaker to amp relationship, also you're dealing with that. I was just wondering what makes a good pedal platform. Sorry, I didn't address that question when you asked earlier, did you? Did I? My JMP 1987 takes overdrives well, but does not like those amp in a box type distortions so much. Thinking of rejigging the normal channel first tried. What you probably want to do there, Aquila Rossa, is if you're using an amp in a box type distortion, treat it like the front end. Plug it into the effects return if you got one. You've got a JMP 1987. If that's a reissue, you'll have an effects loop. If it's a reissue with a stock effects loop, they're not fantastic, in which case you should upgrade them with Evolve DIYs, PCBs using the LND 150 high voltage MOSFET. And that will bring that up to a world-class standard. Because the voicing of the amp is being piled on top of the voicing of the amp in a box type distortion. So what you want is the less tonal coloring after that process has taken place. Otherwise you're compounding on that EQ curve essentially, and that's too much. Some pedals are built for different amps, so it's hard to say what a pedal platform amp is. People are generally regarding things like deluxe reverbs as a great pedal platform. Anything Fender, like a Pro, Fender Pro, even a Twin, they work really good with some overdrive pedals that have a more middle focused frequency, because the naturally scooped frequency response, I think we need a full face cam for this, don't we? The naturally scooped frequency response from the tone stack works in harmony with those pedals pretty well. If you've got a pedal like the Friedman BEOD, for example, there's a little bit of scooping happening there already, so you might find that you've got to crank the mids up if you've got them, or crank the bass and the treble down a little bit just to keep it under control, bring the mids back in. But generally with a pedal manufacturer will be designing a pedal around a certain amp. It could just be a coincidence, whatever they happen to have on hand that they're designing the pedals with. If it's a small manufacturer, they might only have one amp to play with. If it's a larger one, they might have many different amps and they find a compromise between all of them. I've personally found that overdrives don't play very nicely with a very, very bright and gainy Marshall, unless you're using it just as a passive boost to get more saturation out of the front end. When I use like tube screamers and stuff into my into either the Dirty Shirley or the 18 watt TMB here, or like the 50 watt 2204, 2203, they're a little bit lifeless, a little bit two-dimensional, very sort of brittle, not a lot of bottom end to them. They just sound kind of cheap and shitty. But then I play them through a deluxe reverb and they're fucking great. So it's a combination of what the pedal was designed for, whether or not they disclose that. Because why would a pedal manufacturer tell you, I have designed this pedal to go with this amp? Because now they're limiting their market. Although the people in that little limited market will have a very good solution, they still want to sell shit to everyone. So they won't say that, because then people that don't have that amp will go, oh, I guess that's not the pedal for me. They'd rather sell one. And people tend not to return stuff they're not happy with. They will either hang on to it, try and convince themselves to like it, or just cop it and then sell it on further down the road, or it just goes in the cupboard for ages. It's called like slippage. When you buy like, it's not really slippage. When you buy like a gift voucher and never use it, forget to use it, that's really what slippage is. But it's a bit like that. If a product's not 100% designed for the purpose that they advertised it for, a lot of people will just let that slide, and they don't want the confrontation, which kind of sucks. They should be sticking it back up their ass if it doesn't do what it says it should. But it's a bit tricky because people's hearing's different, playing style's different. There's so many variables, so you really need to just try a couple of amps out, find someone that's got them, go to secondhand stores if you can, and if they fucking exist. And maybe just cop that you're going to have to buy a few amps and resell them if they don't work for you. Just try and get ones where the market's kind of static instead of like crashing. So you can sell it for about what you bought it for, minus the fees from whatever, unless you're doing a cash deal. Some amps that are really cheap, like the FM100 from Fender, they've got their reliability issues, but their clean channel works great with a lot of overdrives, which is good because the overdrive channel sounds like a bag of shit in those amps. It's filtered, horrible pedal sounding distortion. Yeah, there's no. What I'm saying is there's no such thing as a good pedal platform because pedals are different, guitars are different, people's needs are different, amps are different. Unfortunately, to me, it's fortunately because it's fun, but unfortunately, you need to take a punt and have a play and figure out what works. To me, that's like adventures. Whee! But a lot of people just want to pull a trigger on something and have it perfect out of the box, which is kind of not how life works. Moving down. Okay, I'm talking about Plexis. Hi, Brad, and all here today. Great channel, very inspiring work. Thank you. Stream die for anyone. I'm not getting any other comments, so it might just be you, Scotty. Might just need to refresh. Legend. I get what you mean though. JMP starting to mean the 2203, while people say Plexi meaning the 1959 Super Lead. Plexi's such a term, bro. Like a lot of the 1959 Super Leads are not Plexi. So what do they call them Plexi? They're an aluminium panel. But yeah, I do think people mean a 1959 Super Lead when they talk about a Plexi. To me, a JTM 45 is a Plexi. And like a Super Bass could be a Plexi. Like there's so many different, it's like people totally buy with their eyes, don't they? Sorry for all the amp questions. No, it's all right. That's why I'm here. Trying to narrow it down. I'm dumb on the build quality. So yeah, if you had to choose between the Ubershaw or the Engel Powerball, I'd probably go with the Powerball because it's like half the cost and it's smaller. Yeah, you gotta try them out though, man. They say gain when they mean clipping. Yeah. So like the Fender Hot Rod Deluxe is a very gainy amp, and we're not talking saturation. The preamp's got a lot of gain, so you're hitting full scale and the output by the time you're at 2 on the volume. That's gain. Saturation is different. Saturation's at what point does your waveform get clipped off? That doesn't necessarily mean gain. So when you're talking to a tech, you're not talking saturation, because changing the, say you're doing the Jose mod and you're putting diodes that clip the signal further downstream, changing that voltage that they clip at will change the amount of saturation, but you're not changing the amount of gain. If anything, you're reducing the gain dramatically because now the waveform's smaller. So then you got to lift the gain up after that to compensate for it. JMP, just like 800, is one of the most easily confused terms in the Marshall world. Always respond with which model. Yeah, it's JCM 800. Which model? JCM 800. Yeah, true. HW stuff was good until recently. What's HW? Hardware stuff was good until recently. Some doubt in the last couple of years over them changing. Hang on. What's HW? Sorry, I'm dumb. Oh, I've got a goldfish memory. I think the Ubershaw will be more modern and the Powerball a bit more modern Marshall. So, Flesh 84, just if you're going for the Messer tone, probably the closest thing that's not a Messer is the Rivera Knucklehead. So try one of them if you have a chance to. So what I was saying about the JTM 60, was that I've got a JTM 60 up the front, which I've got to assess. Are you talking about that? How would you know about that? I don't know. Maybe you're spying on me. Maybe you're the customer. I'm not sure. I've got a mangina. What's with the sexy PCB? I came here for cynicism, not porn. We can get both here, Jamie. Hey, son. How you going, legend? It's a build. Yeah, I build PCBs and sell them internationally. I'm an international man of fabrication. It's all about EQ stacking and how it all works together. Yeah, Dustin's the man. He knows all about that. He's talking about the the pedal platform. If you have a dead flat response with an amp, It's like plugging a pedal into a. It's like plugging a pedal into a mixing console, right? It sounds fucking well. It's great if you're going for 9-inch nails vibes, but with the amp, your massivest. Is that a word? Don't think so. Your biggest influence on the tonal response of your signal is the speaker, and the massive roll off it has at the top end, like brick wall at like 6K. Even some of the bright speakers. If you have full frequency response without filtering, your guitar sounds like Trent Reznor's trying to rip your face off. All right. So the biggest factor is the speaker, but then the frequency between that cutoff and 0 hertz is what changes the character of all those speakers, as well as the position of that cutoff. Like some Jensen's very bright, but they're often not bright because they've got high frequency response up to 20K. They've just got a peak right before they drop off. So that's a combination with the frequency response of the amp, and that all affects the tone coming from your pedal. Cheers for the explanation. I've been thinking a lot of dirt pedals are designed for stuff like Blues Junior type amps. Yeah. I like buying used pedals. Don't lose money if I don't get on with it. Yeah, so it's like you're renting them essentially by buying and selling on, maybe making a few bucks here and there if you get a good deal. It's fun. It's good fun. So the Blues Junior type amps, sort of. I'm thinking that a lot of them are designed for, like Hot Rod Deluxes. Because a Hot Rod Deluxe clean channel or Blues Deluxe clean channel sounds pretty close to Blackface clean channel. It's not far off. It's a bit off, but it's not miles apart. And you use it you think about it. If you're going to design a pedal, you're going to design it for the most common amps out there, aren't you? And those amps are common as dirt. And their overdrive sucks. So you'll be using the clean channel and probably an overdrive pedal. It sucks in its stock format. You can make it good, but yeah. The JTM 60 thing was just that we said about Marshall not making good amps for the last 40 years, or am I spying? Yeah. Well, it's just I've got one up the front. It's the three speaker thing. Yeah, JTM 60s are not great amps. They're actually really pain in the ass to work on because you've got to take them apart to work on them and then put them back together, and you can't take any more. You can only take certain measurements because of the access. But it needs to be a certain level of assembled for you to do any testing or run it, which is annoying because you got to take it all apart again if you find anything else needs addressing. Massivist, is that a word? It is now. That's what I reckon. Yeah, so Greg, if someone mentioned they were here for the cynicism, not the building. Yeah, that was Greg. So these circuit boards I build for the Marshall JCM 2000 series heads and the one combo. Because the stock ones go conductive with predictable results. Why is my solder acting weird? I'll just get some more flux on there. I put too much on. Hardwired, hand-wired stuff. Hand-wired Marshall series stuff. Do they make anything hand-wired anymore? Remember when Orange brought out their hand-wired things? I used to think they were the bee's knees, but then I look at them now and I'm like, yeah, no. Yeah, nah. Oh, yeah, they do the reissue, like the 60 style things, and charge a fucking $1 billion for them, don't they? I might do the rest of these connectors and then I might go home and mow the lawn. I think I need some physical exercise. Just our weird neighbours been trolling around and just trying to wait till they go away. I like my neighbours, except for one. Maybe two. Maybe three. Just got to say, I finally installed one of your FYM boards in a TSL100 last week. Excellent work. They rock. Excellent. That's good. I thought when you ordered one that it was for a specific job. Did you just order that for stock? Oh, yeah, you ordered 2 or 3 of them, eh? Yeah, I'm using lead free on these. Gibbo AU. I've got to be able to ship them to the EU. Hence this little logo here. ROHS compliant and lead free. I'm going to put a made in Australia one on the next batch that's going to the States, I think, if that happens. With the kangaroo, the made in Australia logo. No, just one, I can't afford that. Fair enough. So yeah, just anyone that needs one from the States, just stand by. You might be able to get them soon from a local distributor. Yeah, this one. That logo. Australian, mate. Why's it got a registered trademark? Who's it registered with? I have to look into that. Maybe I'm not allowed to use it. You see it on everything. Oak Flats Electronics. What do you guys do? This is how easy it is to go on tangents. Ah, speakers. Australian made. Huh. Australian made speakers? Cricks? Never heard of them. Cricks. And they're Australian made? Maybe I'll say they're a BOFA. Yeah, the dual revelator. Yeah, I recognise that tweeter. I thought they're obsolete though. Unless it's a scan speak. Oh, I have to look into that company. I might sell those. They look alright. I should get out of the hi-fi stuff, but I do get asked quite often what hi-fi speakers are good, and they look good. Anyway. Hate it when you go outside, see your neighbour outside, and instantly go back inside. Yeah, they're having like arguments on the front lawn yesterday. I wasn't at home. I was out on the road riding, but Michelle told me all about it. At least the cops didn't come this time. Just mentally ill people that live next door to us. Could easily get help, but they refused to. Yay. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other you. Australian made in Shenzhen, yeah. Well, it looks like the cabinets are made in Australia, but yeah, the speakers would be made in Denmark. Saw a photo of what's his name? Prince Frederick the other day. King Frederick now. Holy fuck, he got old. Because he was all over the press over here when he picked up old mate at the Slip Inn. What a name for a pub. Get out of the Slip Inn. But yeah, he was young then, and that was last time I saw him in the press. Probably not last time, but he's all got old grey hair and shit now. I'm like, fucking hell, time's going quick. I didn't realise I got married in 2003. I was like 1 year out of school. I thought it was like 2013 or something. Time is a weird thing. He seemed chill. I got the FYM 2000 in last week, fitted and now waiting for a PT. Oh, your PT failed too, did it? Bugger. What'd you get, the Hammond? The 50 watter I got here, the customer that brought it in, I explained to him the board was fucked because I demonstrated the leakage in front of him using the little hot air test. But then I tested the power transformer and she was cooked as well. Shorting out and just shorter turns probably on the primary. No, was it shorted? It might have been open circuit on the primary. I'm just going to get it rewound. I thought, bugger it, I'll just get a Hammond and stick it in there. So the 50-watt head I got here for testing's got a Hammond replacement. Solid as a rock. Canadian made gold. I like Canadian made things, including whiskey. I've got Ascension speakers from Adelaide Speakers, got custom made 12 years ago. Oh, custom made 12 years ago. I thought you were going to say 12 inch. Alright, looking good. Next. Some idiot jammed a 5 amp mains fuse in it. Goddamn, heater winding shorted. Oh, Mercury Magnetics. Spendy. I just don't consider Mercury an option anymore. They're so bad with communication, and the price is so ridiculous. Like, they do give a trade discount, but I'll order a transformer and I won't get an order confirmation, won't get a receipt, won't get an invoice. 6 months later it turns up. No one answers any messages. Just like, man, I can't do business like that. I need to be able to go to my customer with some solid information on when stuff's going to arrive. It's like they wind each transformer individually. I'm like, what the fuck, man? And I've been hearing reports about some quality issues from my colleagues in the States, but I stopped using them years ago because it was just ridiculous. It's like you just throw money in the wind and hope it comes back on carrier pigeon. I mean, they never didn't supply one, but it's just like no communication at all. And I could never have any definitive ETA on anything I ordered from them. G'day, Paul. How you going, legend? Kicking goals and filling holes. Yeah, sweet. I mean, if you get your hands on them, I guess they're good. Like I say, that there have been some issues with quality, but you know, that happens with everyone, I guess. Lyle had some problems with the Hammond reverb transformers there for a while, and I think the deluxe output transformers were different to the mechanical drawing, which messed up something or other. I'm just sort of so used to complications now that I'm assuming there's always going to be something that'll fuck up. What are your thoughts on... Oh, you asked that earlier, didn't you, Flesh? Sorry. I remember you saying something about the slow. Super lead overdrive. It's a little bit squishy, a little bit fizzy, in my opinion, in the stock format. You can sort that out with mods. But it's like somehow fizzy and flubby at the same time. The super lead overdrive stock circuit, at least in my opinion. I may be crazy there, but 5150 for starters, it's a quarter of the cost. But yeah, the slows are built like brick shithouses. So if you can get your hands on a slow for a reasonable cost and then voice it to suit you, you might, out of the box, you might think it's the best thing since sliced bread. I don't get that. Sliced bread's not that good. Just get a knife, you know. I like knives. Then you can cut it to whatever thickness you want, you know. Anyway, if you can get your hands on a slow and tailor it to your needs if required, that's the best bet. But they're going to be expensive. But they are an heirloom amp that will last forever, and you can pretty much bet it's going to play that night without any problems. Whereas the 5150, if you're touring with it, not quite built to the standard where I'd want to be throwing it in and out of trucks every night without at least checking on it every couple of weeks. I should still have my super lead. Ah, well, you can't regret your life decisions there, Pete. You just got to roll with it, mate. Love the one you're with. What is that they say? Would it be possible to mod the third channel on my TSL to match the Gain 2 on DSL with mods? Shit, I have to look at the schematic to confirm that. That's a pretty specific question there. I've got so many questions that are coming up. I need to do like a Q&A stream, but I can't go back and watch the live streams to get every single question that I missed. I'll be there forever. So let's have a look at the schematic. Now, because we don't know the switching logic off the top of our heads, it can be a bit difficult still. That's on the cloud. KiCad. FYM. Issue 20 schematics. Let's just open them all up. Oh, hang on. Is that the big one? No. Let's have a gaze. So you'll understand as soon as I show you how it's hard to track exactly what's happening in all these schematics all at once. Okay, why is it not opening? Yeah, thank you. Why are the previews still there? Fuck off. Fuck off. God damn it. Input. Connector 2. First triad. V1A. No, V1B. Pin 7. Comes out of pin 7. There's some EQ shit going on here. It's, well, yeah, that's not EQ. That's 100 pico to damp oscillation. 220k on the plate load. Comes out, goes to connector 3. Where does connector 3 go? Nobody knows. It goes to this board. Is it? Connector 3. I can't remember. I've got to find my connector. Well, which one are we looking at? Hang on. Are we looking at the 3 channel? Let's look at the 3 channel first. Connector map. So, mainboard. Connector 3 goes to connector 6 on the front board. So connector 6 is here. Comes in connector 6, goes to relay. This looks to me almost like a preset tone stack. But anyway, we'll deal with that in a moment. The connector 6 pin connected. Okay, so that's a loom that's made up that goes to different numbers of connectors. So connector 6 has got 3 pins. Connector 2, connector 3 has 2 pins. God damn, so you don't know what's going on what. Connector 6. Or is it, are we on the wrong board? No. It'd be great if they had like, just connector 5s for the whole amp, not just this PCB. That's the annoying part, because you see here, there's 2 connector ones, so there's like 3 connector ones. There's con 1, con 1 4, con 1, con 1, con 1, but they're on different boards. It would be great if you could just say connector 1 goes to connector 43, and there's only one connector 43 in the whole amp, but that's not the way they did it. So the connector 3 goes to connector 6 on the clean channel. This is the TSL. The clean channel board. Alright, so then connector 8. Connector 8 on that same board. Okay, no, that mustn't be right then. Connector 3 goes connector 6. And then connector... Yeah, con 8. I'd have to have the amp in front of me and have a look because these schematics are so hard to follow. Jumping from schematic to schematic and even from different connectors on the same schematic. And then comparing this. So this is the TSL. The main board. The same on all of them. With some parts not populated. Anyway, sure it could be done, but question's too big for this stream. Ted, how you going, mate? Nice looking Seiko champion. Thank you. Thank you. I did talk about it earlier. DSL Gain 2 smokes the red channel on TSL. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I prefer the DSL in general to the TSL. Used KiCad for those boards. Yeah, yes I did. Glad to see Brad survive the motorbike outing. Come on, man. I've been riding since I was 20. Oh, yeah, 20. Been riding for 22 years. Fuck. Happy Monday, Brad and Legends. Just knocked off beer o'clock. Good man. Where are you again, Lucky Jim? Most of the gear I've sold I regret selling, apart from the shithouse Fender Lavalier acoustic. Scroll again. Scroll. Yeah, I just watched that JCM 2000 video. Like all your videos are much appreciated. Like going into which components are best. Saves me decades of learning, so cheers. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Found your old... God. Found your old JC77 videos a few months ago. Thanks for the help. No worries. Hope you sorted that out. Love my Tiny Terror. One trick pony, nice and light. Yeah, they do one thing. They do it reasonably well. Giveaway, you asked if I use any lead-free on these, and yes, I do use lead-free for shipping to Europe. I'm just scrolling back a bit. The chat jumped, so I might be double bubbling some comments. Fuck, I wish I could get outside last couple -25 nights. Jesus. Yeah, aren't you guys in the States getting hit by another massive storm front? Another snowstorm? Color haze dude uses SLO and old Suns. Well, that's the thing. Meanwhile, my JMP and JCM 800 are rocking with the BGG ground scheme and major rebuild. Oh, that's just a sort of... It's not a BGG ground scheme. It's just a ground scheme. They should all be done like that, I think. Lyle's covered it in greater detail. So if anything, it should be a psionic audio ground scheme, because he's covered it in greater detail and more succinctly than I tend to do with my unfocused ranting. Why are my legs aching like I've been running? Add another gain stage. No, there's enough gain stages. Add another gain stage. 3 a.m. here in the land of shitty schematics. England. Yeah, I redrew... Oh, fuck. Fell out again. I redrew that schematic, so it's readable. I'll show you the comparison between the two when I finish this. because I did practice drawing schematics there just to make them as legible and easy to follow as possible. Being a tech, that's very important. And I think it's an art form, drawing schematics. Just as much as writing poetry or, you know, drawing is. I think drawing a schematic or writing a story, it's all an art form. I mean, architectural drawings, are they not an art form? I think they are. Even shop drawings, blueprints. There's a lot to be admired with the simplicity and completeness of a easy to read drawing. It's hard to get all the info on there and not overwhelm people, but have all the information on there that you need, you know. That's one thing I really worked hard on when I was in the joinery industry. You want all the info to be there, but you don't want to overwhelm the worker with it. So you sort of got to have slowly introduce them to information as they turn the pages and stage it out as they would be building the thing. So that's where having on the floor, on the tools experience is handy, because you know what sequence they're going to build the thing in because you've done it yourself. And then thinking about the site guys too, the guys that are installing the cabinets. So what are they going to start with? Well, first they're going to measure what's there, and they're going to mark out some lines on the floor, aren't they? So what are they marking to? What's the datum point? Where are you running off? What aligns with what? Is there a window frame that something's going to align with? Well, that's your position that way. Is there a column? Is structure in the middle of a room? Is it based around a column? Yes. Have they got something to align it to? Is it that wall over there? Yes. Is it the tiles even? Sometimes you move stuff around so it aligns with the joins in the tiles, even though its absolute position's not important, like in the middle of a shopping center, for example. What's your datum point? What are you working to? What have you got to reference your drawing to? That's going to be the first page that the site guys get to be able to lay out the site and measure it and start installing the kicker boards. Even before that happens, you got like the plumbers need to come up in a certain position. Well, that all goes off your approved drawing. If they move the sink from here to there because there's another cupboard they want to fit there, well, now the position in your sink's moved, the position of your plumbing's moved. So you got to make sure that drawing makes it to the plumber before he gets on site with the preliminary drawing that he quoted off. Otherwise, he'll just work off that, and now your whole fucking plumbing concrete needs to be ripped up, the tiles need to be ripped up and redone, waterproofing needs to be redone, all because you or your boss sent the plumber a drawing to work off for the quote, and because the plumbers are fucking dumbasses, they just oh, you didn't give me another drawing. I didn't ask for it. It does say preliminary or draft on it, but you didn't give me another drawing, so that's what you get. People love to act how would you say it, maliciously ignorant in the trades, because they always love throwing people under the bus. They love throwing the people in the office under the bus, and they love getting them into trouble. As workers on the floor, we know what you're doing. We're not fucking stupid. We know you're trying to brown nose to the boss, and oh yeah, the fucking guys in the office again. So they maliciously ignore stuff, and if there's stuff that needs clarification, they'll maliciously not ask for clarification, so then they can throw it in your face later on and say, oh, you didn't give enough information. Part of the reason I got out of that whole industry was because of the toxic little boys, toxic masculinity in that fucking industry, where no one's grown up, and they've all got a chip on their shoulder. They're all nasty little pieces of work. It's very rare that you find a place, particularly the larger places, that doesn't have at least one person like that. And I got so fucking sick of wiping their ass all the time, so I left. But it also taught me to really cover my ass on the drawings, make sure all the information's there, make sure everyone's got the up-to-date ones, annoy the fuck out of them, because these dickheads on site will get annoyed if you ring them 3 times a day, but they'll get annoyed if you don't give them enough information. So you need to just ring them, tell them to shut the fuck up when they're whinging about you ringing them, and that way you've covered the base, or send them an email. And if they don't read their emails every couple of hours, like just to check for any updates, particularly the subcontractors, because that's how they communicate, well, then it's on them. Yeah, it was so annoying, because there'd be one tiny little overlooked thing and it would cause a massive cost to the point where you've almost cut through your whole profit margin for the whole job, so you may as well not even fucking gotten out of bed the day that person asked for a quote. Very demeaning in that industry. So joke about stress in this industry, but fuck me, it was nothing on the joinery industry, I'll tell you that much. You're dealing with a couple of $100 over here, you're dealing with a couple of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars over there. Scary shit. And then you've got things like liquidated damages. So if you don't hit the deadline for the handover on the job, your company gets fined $10,000 a day for every day that you go over that date. So you will do anything you can to get that handover signed. Never dragged them out the back and, held a gun to their head, but I'm sure that happens in some industries. Handover? Yeah, the place is perfect. What do you mean? You're in New Zealand, so it is almost beer o'clock. It is Monday, but over Freeman Jose. It's awesome. I wonder if I should just play with putting an overdrive in front of it and EQ in a loop instead of buying 20 different amps for every tone variation. Yeah, try putting just a booster in front of it. See how that gets you. And as for the EQ in the loop, you probably get what you need if you play with the... Because I assume he's got a... Has he got a resonance control on that? If he doesn't, resonance or depth control, you could play with the values in that circuit. And that'll probably get you where you need to be. Or possibly a pull pot with a FET boost board installed, which you can get from Evolve DIY. What's going on here? Have I messed up my board's positions? No? Why have I got more of them? What am I doing? Where am I? What's my name? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8? Oh, I missed 2. How did I do that? Dumbass. It's the cages I'm worried about. Yeah, I'm talking about riding bikes. It's brain melting. I had to create a signal flowchart when trying to find some channel bleed faults. Yeah. Some of them do bleed. The TSL does bleed by design, and I think it's the proximity of the wires that are unshielded from connector to connector. Yeah, you can find that TK by manipulating the wires around, but it only comes into play when your volume's at 0, and I don't know many people that like playing through their amp with their volume at 0. So I didn't stress about it. I've not had anyone stress about it, but it is due to the unshielded wires going from the front PCBs, and it's more obvious in the TSL. It's barely noticeable in the DSL. I should have probably told you about that, but yeah, it was like that beforehand. It's like that now. I'm in Canada, to be fair. We've got a couple of dumps of snow recently. Nothing like spring of 97. I just started high school. The ground scheme is shared. It's a must do to all marshals. Yeah, it does help. I've been slowly making an 18 watt amp design and looking at what other manufacturers do. PRS MT15 uses 6L6s? Really? They must seriously gimp them with, instead of using 6V6 or EL84s. Yeah, someone asked me, was it the other day? Yeah, a customer asked me, he's got a DSL20. What's the best mod to do to them? I said, probably put 6V6s in there, run the impedance off by 1 step, and you'll match the reflected impedance to the valves. Holy shit, someone gave me $20. Sorry, I'll get back to that. For some reason, I think every time the chat jumps, it might miss one of the super chats. So sorry about that, Flesh. I'll get back to that. What was I saying? Yeah, so changing the EL34s to 6V6s, because EL34s, the hottest you can bias them to is like 50%, and it's a cathode biased amp, man, so you get crossover distortion city. As soon as you try and bias them any harder, the HT sags down to nothing. So putting 6V6s in there is a great move. Or if you had adapters, you could put EL84s in there with similar results. I can't remember the plate impedance of an EL34, EL84. That might work out better. You might be able to run the same impedance, but I'm pretty sure it would be different. Hey, Lyle, how you going, legend? Yeah, still going. Just talking shit. Putting off doing the lawn. Trying to relax this weekend. This is still my day off. Listening to the live stream while remodeling the attic in my brother's house. Whoa. Well, it's the time to do it over there. Don't do it in summer. Relating hard to this rant. What industry do you work in, Lucky Jim? Lyle, are you going to send me the Excalibur? Can I have it, please? So I can start building Australian versions of it. Blaming the apprentice, yeah. Such a cliche. So fucked. Blame the apprentice, yeah. You wonder why they fucking don't want to stay at your company. Foreman blame me for his expensive fuck up on high rise. Well, yeah, but like, how is he running? That's what gets to me so much. How the fuck does that make sense? The foreman allowed an entire job to be fucked up by an apprentice? Well, he's not a very good fucking foreman then, is he? Like, it shouldn't be possible for an apprentice to fuck anything up because apprentices are little retards. That's their job in life. That's their lot in life, to be taught and get better. At the moment, they don't know they don't know their asshole from their earlobe. That's their job, to not know their asshole from their earlobe, because they're an apprentice. Man, that's frustrating. That person, that foreman should have been, like, if I was the boss, I go, oh, okay, so your apprentice is the one that fucked up that multi-million-dollar job. Well, guess what? The apprentice is staying and you're fucking leaving. That's what I would have done. Lyle had a date, could sense the jealousy in the stream. What? Were people jealous about him having a date? Aren't half of you fuckers like married boomers anyway? Not liquid damages, liquidated damages. It's much worse than liquid damage. I'd take liquid damage over liquidated damages any day. I don't know. I'd never sign a contract that has liquidated damages, because who the fuck knows what's going to happen? And then you get fined every day until you're bankrupt. Sorry, Flesh, I'll get to you in a sec. I gave up chasing it after a bit. I hadn't experienced it before and didn't want to because I missed something. Yeah, no, it's nothing bad that you've done, man. It's just leakage from the unshielded wires. Don't stress about it. I chased it and I established that's what it was, and there was no easy way to do it other than making new leads everywhere, and couldn't be fucked doing that. Gotta run. Thanks for answering all my dumb questions. Oh, that's all Flesh was saying. Oh, happy running. And thanks for joining us again, Legend, and thanks for the cash. That's gonna buy me a couple of pints at the end of the week. Have you ever had an amp in with those Japanese, Jesus, 50 HB26 output valves with the 50 volt heaters? No, I have not. It's not yours to give. I know it's not yours to give, but you can still make it happen. Tell me what he wants for it. Exactly universal. It would only have a 120 volt power transform, wouldn't it? What was I going to do? I was going to do something. Someone said something and I was going to do... Oh, yes. So the customer that just dropped in before, he left me with a little taster box. Taster box? That sounds wrong. He's got a large valve collection he's acquired, and he wants to do a deal on the bulk lot. So this was the first batch. Alright, we've got a few here. A lot of 12AU7s, which aren't a hell of a lot of use to me, but 12AY7s are useful. CEI. Don't like doing that because it'll fly out and hit the deck. Come here, little Valvey. Come here, little champion. Made in the USA. Oh, Writing's coming off just from pulling it out of the box. It's got a very tight box. Made in the USA. 12AY7. I think they're just rebadged Jan. Oh, well, yeah, whoever was making them for them. Not sure of the history of that company. Maybe you guys could shed some light. A couple of mini watts. These are made in Australia. I don't think I've got any ECC80. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A couple of 12AX7s. ECC83 as we did call them over here. ECC81. I don't think that's a mini watt. I think it's just in the box. Because the mini watts had the logo. But yeah, we can test them, and if they work, they work. Not a huge fan of using new old stock in repair jobs, because it's sort of like are they worth a lot? Are they not? Are they great? Are they not? Are they going to be reliable? Philips. Okay, so that is a Philips 12AX7. Yeah, but normally it says mini watt on the valve, but yeah, it's probably original. Pins don't look used. They do look a bit dark and in need of freshening up. 6AL5. I'm not immediately familiar with these. Are these useless? Ah, they're a single tri. No, they're not. Dual diode. 6AL5. 6AL5. Let's look it up. Just the one AT7. Yeah. Just the one AT7. Yeah, 12AT7s are feasibility driver stages. Yeah, they're similar to a 12AT7 in that they're like a current driver. 6AL. I just want to look up 6AL5. Maybe I can find something stupid to do with them, but not with my schedule. Okay, so it's a detector and television circuits, automatic gain rectifier. PDF? PDF. 6AL5 is a miniature high perviance twin diode in which separate cathodes are provided for the two sections. 6AL5 is suited for a wide variety of applications, which includes service as a detector in FM and television circuits, automatic gain control rectifier, or low current power rectifier. Each diode can be used independently or or combined in parallel or full-wave arrangements. Resonant frequency of each section is approximately 700 megahertz. Well, there you go. Probably useless to me, but maybe that's one way to put a diode clipping in a circuit. Do a Jose mod with a 6AL5. That'd be funny. Anyway, we've got a couple of electro harmonics 12AY7s down here too, so they're useful. They're just check that they're as. Why have you got so many of these types? I think you'd have a lot of 12AX7s, but yeah, but these are useful. 01 2001. Metasonics uses those. Metasonics come up twice in one stream. Wow. But anyway, I'll give them a test, and the 12AY7s are super useful because, as I said, we use them in the front end of Fender Hot Rod series amps and Blues series amps, and it knocks the gain back and makes them a bit more controllable and a bit more. I just knocked the connectors out. Yay! A bit more intuitive to change the volume control without being so jumpy. I think he said he's got 3 other boxes, bigger boxes than that, and he'll do us a deal maybe. So hopefully that will go ahead. Hopefully there's some Compactrons on there. How good would that be? About $1,200 a pop these days. Maybe you could do that with the hardly ever used diodes in a 6v6 as well. With the hardly ever used diodes. This 6AV6. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, I read that as 6v6. Yeah, they do have a diode in there, don't they? Picked up a handful of 6AV6s when we were in Japan, because I was doing a bunch of weird Australian and Japanese amps at the time. And I think I paid about $3 each for them. He just shoveled them like they were fucking boiled lollies. Boiled sweets, shoveled them into a bag for me. That place is wicked. I don't know what happened to the photos. I took some photos in there, but a lot of places don't like you taking photos in Japan. So I sort of did it on the sly, pretended I was like trying to get reception by holding the phone up, and then took a photo wide angle of his shop with fucking millions of valves, like literally millions. It was a whole floor of not like a medium rise building. Just the whole place was just valves from floor to ceiling. It was fucking insane. I think that was in Shibuya. Or nearby. I have a few nice old vintage ECC83s. I don't use them though. Keep them to compare new production tubes to, yeah. If you enjoy being disappointed more every year. Okay, how come I've got 3 missing? What have I done? I've piled stuff up wrong. I mixed batches up. Yeah, that one should be in that pile. How did it make it to that pile? Unless... I'm just going to blame Luke. There's that blame the apprentice thing. I'll just blame Michelle. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I've still only got 9. Where's the... One, two, three. 2 channel. 2 channel. 2 channel. I kept asking Michelle, is that a 2 or 3 channel? And she's like, I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm going to need to sort things out. 3 channel. What were you doing in that pile, you dickhead? God damn. All right. I got new 50 Soviet Svetlana Metal 6G26SQ7. Probably never going to use the guns. 50 new of them. 6SQ7. I don't think they're very useful from memory. I sometimes get my octal preamp valves mixed up. However, red liquid filled tubes go for big button. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Red liquid filled tubes go for big bucks in Saudi. Are you talking about drugs? Or thermometers? It's going in my deluxe reverb build. Yeah, it'll work. How did I miss those comments? Man, everything's confusing. Everything's jumping and I'm missing stuff. Mini Watt ECC 83s, yeah. Heaps of old music, yeah. Okay. First Mini Watt 12AX7 is an RFT, given its big throwing star micers. Really? The first Mini Watt 12AX7 is an RFT. What's RFT? Sorry? I just buy valves and put them in amps. I don't know the history. And you put valve in amp go brr. Generally. If amp no go brr, other thing problem. Nope. Keep messing up the flip. Okay, we're good. Snake oil. Oh, okay. Nice PCB. Family member was keen when he saw Jason's 2203 PCB for 40 bucks, and I showed him what the rest of it. Yeah. He's not mentioned building an amp since. Yeah, the PCB is like one thing, but you know the hardest bit is the cosmetics. Doing the control panels. Coming up with something that's going to set it apart, but not be too far from what people expect that kind of sounding amp to look like. Coming up with a good logo that's not cringe. So many cringe logos out there. People leaning on the stupid 80s, 90s sort of idea of what the aesthetic should be. And some amps just look like shit, let's be honest. Have you got many personal amps, as in not shop ones? It's the only personal amp I've got at the moment at home is my deluxe reverb build. I've got the Dirty Shirley here, which is probably my favorite. So between the deluxe reverb and the Dirty Shirley, that's all I ever really want, unless I wanted more power. But I've also got a Princeton reverb here, which I built. And the TMB18, which is great, but doesn't give enough saturation for most of the stuff that I do. It's great for just 70s rock overdrive, though. It's perfect for that. Sounds fantastic for that. But sometimes I want a bit more saturation there, which you can't really produce without getting a bit fizzy. Could put a boost in front of it, but it's not really designed for that. But all in all, if you're talking operation hours, the amp that I use the most is my Samick SM10, right behind me under the sound level meter. A little practice amp up there next to the penis lamp. See the penis lamp? Next to that, the SM10, because that's what I use for all the setups and guitar wiring jobs, just to confirm everything's good. You go there. 5 boards left, then we'll call it quits, champions. I'll go home and mow the lawn, get a bit of sun, and some exercise. Maybe put the front wheel back on the Aprilia. Now I got new tyres for it. Wheel that out. Maybe start looking at cleaning the carbs, cleaning the injectors and stuff, cleaning the throttle bodies, without fully disassembling the entire thing, because I really don't want to have the whole engine in pieces on my bench. It's a fucking nightmare. Saw that hammock, yeah. If it's tad amp go wop, yeah. Weirdest aesthetic might be those old custom amps with the puffy auto upholstering look. Yeah, that are the 80s things put in grey carpet. Yeah, the XB10, X10, X100B or whatever the carbon thing was with the carpet that absorbed every grain of dirt that went anywhere near it. That sucked. I'm gonna go tend to the wife, champion. Tell her I said hi. I don't know what I'm saying. Tuck and roll customs, yeah, they looked horrible. There's another company that I'm not going to mention. Oh, I wouldn't call them a company. There's another guy who designs these things, and yeah, it's sort of got that vibe. It's just like really loose, like vinyl, like the cheap upholstery vinyl that you find in cheap Chinese restaurant seats, you know, that kind of shit. And it's got like silver buttons on everything. It's weird. I don't know. Each to their own. Got a carb to rebuild for your Pontiac. Yeah, you got a Pontiac. Pontiac. Every time I hear the word Pontiac, I think of the song Tulsa Time, where he mentions his Pontiac. Eric Clapton. Yeah, rebuilding carbs, kind of fun. That's kind of Zen work too, isn't it? It's basically got to take them apart, replace all the gaskets and the O-rings and shit, all the mini O-rings, and just give it a good clean and flush. Probably an ultrasonic cleaner would be good for a carb, wouldn't it? Especially if it's been sitting on a shelf for ages or something. Gets that grime over everything. Well, very interesting stream. Watching a dickhead solder. Needle valves, floats, carbs are a nightmare. Reckon ultrasonic would be real handy, but cans and cans of carb cleaner. So what is carb cleaner? Is that like Hydra? I mean, what am I trying to say? Is that like brake clean? Like kind of nasty, or is it just like a solvent? I've rebuilt a couple of carbs in my time, and it's only been small motorcycle stuff and yard equipment and shit, you know, like mowers and stuff. Never done a car one. Nasty solvent. So is that similar to brake clean? What is it? Chloro, fluoro, fucking hecto, fucking ectoplasm. Oh, it'll be my first go at rebuilding a carb, so we'll see how much I hate or love it. Yeah, it's a moment of truth, Dustin. Just chuck on a bit of the old, I don't know, bit of the old Barry White and just ease your way into it, you know? Or chuck on a bit of the what is it, the Maytals? Bit of reggae. Just really enjoy it. Take your time with it. Grab a joint. And take photos of stuff before you take it apart. Just like amps. Living on tolls the time. Need some Hank. That'll do it. Hank Jr. the third. Or Henry Rollins. Yeah, well, you know, the first amp that I rebuilt was on a kitchen table. I was living alone at the time, though, mind you, so it's funny. My friend at the time, she's gone weird since and doesn't talk to anyone, but my friend at the time, when I started dating Michelle, she came around and saw my house and goes, "Fuck this! I'm cleaning your house before you invite this girl around because we want you to keep her. So I'm going to clean your house." I go, "No, don't worry about that." And she's like, "No, shut up! I'm cleaning your house. Otherwise, she's going to turn on her heel and walk away." It wasn't that bad. Just like dishes and shit. But yeah. Living as a bachelor, you don't have that reference. I sorted my shit out pretty soon after that and got organised. But she just hung around. Watch dickhead soldering. Googled it and you're the first result. I'm sure there's plenty of dickheads who just solder on stream. It's one of those things. Not ASMR, but them talking shit. And people just listen to it in the background. A little bit of convo. See, a lot of people work solo, like truck drivers and whatever, and they like just having something in their ear. Like, otherwise you feel a little bit isolated in your job sometimes. Hank Senior. Can't say I've ever listened to Hank Williams. And tip it upside down until you know where to check. Any check balls go, yeah. The ball valves. It's like taking apart circlips and they could fly across the room. If they don't hit you in the eye, they go into another fucking universe. Oh, come on, Hank Jr. the third's a legend. He played in bloody Down. He play metal. All right, well, all the tricky, annoying stuff's going to be out of the way on these boards now. We can just shoot it home run from now on. Doesn't take very long to get them from this point forwards. We're probably about halfway, even though it looks like we've done nothing. I'm cutting computer code, listening to you soldering PCBs. What code are you making there, mate? And don't say you're using ChatGPT. Unless you want to get banned. Not vibe coding, they call it, where you just ask ChatGPT to make a program that does stuff and call yourself a coder. And if anything goes wrong, you're like, oh. Vibe coding. Shell's got all the netball girls coming around to the house for dinner tonight, so I'm going to be hiding in the garage. Going to be the cringe netball husband. Hell no, fuck AI. You the man! So efficient when you hand code. Yeah, there's a guy who, one of my heroes, Antonic. Great story. Is a guy in the, I'm not sure where he is, Poland or somewhere. So throughout, like, you know, Soviet Union and whatever, as the rest of the world was progressing with microcontrollers and, you know, becoming more and more computerized, they were sort of, had their sort of like shuttered little industry, but weird chips, and they were a bit behind on the tech and all of that. But he'd make computers out of whatever shit he could find, get his hands on. And said it was pretty limiting, but he learned how to code in machine language, so like assembly, and his code was insanely efficient. He would make games that ran on like computers, on TV screens, and like taking a couple of tens of K of memory, if that, and they were incredible the way he programmed it. I'll just try and find an episode that you can listen to after I knock off this. Yeah, so pardon me. Voya. Antonic the amp hour. Listen to this episode. It is fucking amazing, and I'm going to go and listen to it again too, because it's been ages since I listened to it, and I love listening to these two guys talk. So catch this one when you get a chance. And his website, he still runs his own website. He's very switched on. He's up to date. Try and find his website. Computer history. That's probably a really good page too, but he's got his own page. I'm just trying to find it. I hope he's still got it. Home page. Oh, where's his home page? He had a really good website. Does he not have it anymore? Serbian inventor and journalist. Sorry, he's from Serbia. All right, here's his Wikipedia. And let's have a look at the computerhistory.org page. No, it's just videos. Maybe it's his Insta that I was looking at. His Insta's just random stuff. Not computer related necessarily. Oh, I'm a bit upset he hasn't. Oh no, he's still got his website. It's a Russian website, and it is either blocked in this region or no longer exists. Damn it, his website was awesome. Oh, I hope he's got some sort of website out there still, because he had a lot of resources on there. All right. Yeah, he would write code. Let's say, I think on the MPR, for those who are, I know whenever I put up a post, a lot of you don't end up watching it. But there's a couple of stuff in the write-up here. The Galaxia computer. So here's a computer that he designed as a, I believe he designed it as a kit. That's it there. Oh, great photo. Good on you, Wiki. So all right. So based it on his first computer was based on the Z80. What a classic. Single chip 2D. DIY single chip 2D retro game console. Single chip. Yeah, it's on his page and it's no longer there, god damn it. Why has it been taken down? So he somehow manages to do like video control and everything using the one chip, and he does it all in assembler because he's such an efficient code writer. So he can literally write like all the video control protocol and everything in the one chip that's doing all the management of everything else too. Crazy. In 1983 in computer class in Milton Keynes, that's a home of Marshall, UK, we had Acorn computers running BBC Basic. Loads of lines of code just to make it do math, etc. Acorn is still around. It's the A in ARM. Really? I didn't know that. For ARM processors, that's what you find in all the Apple phones and shit. We had an equivalent. I think it was called a Micro B that all the schools had here. By the time I made it to school, they were all mothballed in the school storerooms. But I used to go and sneak into the school storerooms and suss out what all their stuff is and try and convince the teachers to let me take one home and shit. Man, if I was one of those teachers, I would have gone, fucking yeah, go for it, buddy. You're going to learn how to program and shit. You're going to be changing the world. But they're like, no, not allowed. I'm like, you fucking cockhead teachers. Yeah, they're all like cassette drives and shit. I think it was Micro B. Was the brand that must have got a contract with a lot of public schools. But by the time I got there, they'd all decommissioned them. They're all in the storeroom rotting away. And we were running like 2 and 386s. And towards the end of me getting to primary school, which is like grade, 5, 6. We were up to like, I think they had a couple of 486s and like one Pentium machine by then. It was like a Pentium. What were they, like 33DX or fucking, oh no, that was a 486. 486 33DX. 33 megahertz being the bus speed, I believe. Don't know, going way back. Yeah, point being, we'd gone to Microsoft compatible, or IBM compatible, we called it back then, but with Windows 3.1. And the Pentium had Windows 95 by that point. I got an early unreleased copy of Windows 95. Would have been in 1993, and it was called Chicago. Was the project code. I wasn't supposed to have it, but we had a family member who had access to it and gave me a copy of Chicago, and I installed it on my computer, and it was dog shit. It was like a beta test copy, internal release only, and somehow he nabbed a copy of it. Still remember the advertising campaigns for Windows 95. They had "Start me up" because the start menu. The Rolling Stones, because nothing said cutting edge technology like Rolling Stones. Like even in the name. Strange advertising campaign, but it seemed to have worked. Because he became a billionaire pedophile, just like the rest of them. Bill Gates, that is, not my family member. Way back has scrapped some of it. Scraped some of his site. I'll have to check it out. Good move. Good. I always forget that Wayback Machine exists. I wonder what happened to his site. I hope he's okay. It could be a Russian internet thing too, like because of the war. Although, fucking, whose side's whose now? Who even knows? Everything's for sale, champions. Everything's for sale. On to the last board, champions. Then I'm going to go and try and regain some sense of normalcy after staring at circuit boards for this long. Okay, so if I only had 30 of those, how come I'm going to have one left? Did they accidentally give me one extra? Or have I forgotten to populate one? Because their component counting at mouse is usually bang on. I don't think I've ever gotten anything more or less in quantity than I've required. No, they've all got them. Maybe they did give me an extra one. Always just makes me paranoid when you realise you've still got one left when they should all be used up. Maybe I had one left over from before. And I took it out of the old bag and consolidated the bag. Yeah, I think I remember doing that now. That's probably what's happened. All good. All good. I remember our school library had an internet directory like a phone book with the URL printed next to the website. It was arranged by topic like the yellow pages before search engines were a thing. Yeah, I remember when search engines came out. It's like, holy shit, you can just search the entire world for stuff and it just happens like instantly. Well, it didn't happen instantly, but it felt like it. Oh, someone forgot to cut a lead off. But yeah, the other thing they used to do is in the electronics mags or the computer mags, instead of having a website with links on it, they'd have like links in the back page and you'd have to like type them in, you know? You probably didn't hear my finger tapping noises with the noise reduction kicking in. But back then the URLs were a lot shorter too. These days they're fucking ridiculous. Got like code in them and shit. Effing war. Sister is flying with a hubby and my nephew to New Zealand to Milan next week via Turkey. She's still keen, but hubby is not. He's Italian, but he says he does not want to risk getting stuck there. Stuck in Italy, poor guy. Well, yeah, I mean, Europe in general probably would like to be a bit further away. I remember typing basic programs into QBasic from the pages of a magazine. Yeah. And then, like, even some of them, like, well, you still get that in this day and age, but it's like microcontroller, like, you know, what's it called? Not Rust. Like, you know, the Arduino programming environment, whatever it's called. I forget what it's called, but it'll have basic code there for some little Arduino-like widget. Usually only about 20 or 30 lines of code, though, not crazy shit. Yeah, I remember trying to do the same, and every time I type the code in, I type it exactly as it's written, and it wouldn't work. Something would go wrong. I'm like, oh well, I don't know what I'm doing, so I guess I'm screwed. C++. Is it C++ though? It's its own language. I forget the name of it. I'll know it if I see it. It's based on another. No, Raspberry Pi is a product. It's a single board computer. That doesn't directly run on. It's not an IDE, but you can get IDEs for it. I mean, like you can get the Arduino IDE to run on a Raspberry Pi to program Arduinos with Raspberry Pis, that kind of thing. Python? No, it's not Python. It's a basic version of C. Suited to microcontrollers. It's a simplified version of C. Guess I'll have to Google it. Do anyone remember all those cool projects in the back of Popular Mechanics? We didn't get that over here, but I have heard about them. Arduino. Arduino uses a variant of C++. Okay, yeah, but what was it called? Variant. Okay, maybe I'm just dreaming it. Okay, I thought there was a name for it. What language does Arduino IDE use? Yeah, maybe I'm dreaming. I don't know. I thought it had a name, like a single word name, but yeah. Point being, it's a simplified C++. Anywho, boring as batshit, that is. So let's just get back to the chat momentarily. PAIA, yeah. They made all sorts of cool stuff. I have 10 gift memberships to use this month. So here's 5. Who got one? Hey, Kyoritsu, you got one. I don't recognize the other names, but they must hang out here. But sometimes people hang out and don't say anything too. Since I'm going to cut the stream off soon, or we're going to end it soon because I want to go and mow my lawn. Here's another 5. I don't begrudge anyone for not Hey, Frankie got one. I don't begrudge anyone for not joining the channel at the moment voluntarily because I haven't been producing enough content to have members only content. So you're not really getting value for money, are you? So I don't blame you. But hopefully soon, what I might do is a Q&A, catch up on all the questions which I haven't had time to answer. Get them all in a list and go for a bushwalk, champions. And take the camera with me and try and remember what I like about having a YouTube channel, which is hanging out with you legends, playing with my cameras, going for walks, and tinkering with amps, getting shit designed and learning new stuff every day. That's the essence of why I do all of this stuff, to learn things and figure stuff out and come up with new ways of doing stuff. At least new to me, maybe not new to everyone, because let's face it, there's a lot of people more switched on out there than I am. But you know, if I said that I'd be producing PCBs for Marshall JCM 2000s and shipping them internationally a couple of years ago, I would have laughed in my own face. But now here I am doing it. So you never know, champions. You've got to have that natural curiosity and just keep digging, you know what I mean? Know what I mean? No, dig up, stupid. Yeah, Frankie, go on. Frankie. All right, legends. Well, enjoy your week. Don't work too hard. Keep your head down, your ass up. Try not to listen to political podcasts, please, because it'll just lead you to depression, which is probably why I'm going down that road, because of the state of the world. We'll pull out of this. It's happened before. We'll make it happen again. And to all the Americans out there, just look forward to the midterms. Hopefully they still happen. No promises there, but yeah. And yeah, just keep busy with your tech and your music, and keep reading. Stay educated, you know. And the easiest way to fight fascism is education. So, teach everyone around you what you can. And learn as much as you can. Be a sponge, legends. And I'll catch you on the next one. I've got to knuckle down and get some edited videos happening. My missus is starting a YouTube channel doing vids and her own music. That's awesome. Paul, send me the link if you can. Or has she done it yet? Has she started it yet, or is she still working on it? No, not. The problem with the podcasts, Aquila Rossa, is there's a lot of podcasts that have vested interests. There's some that don't. Generally, it's the low budget ones that are supported by the people who watch, who are going to give you the most honest viewpoint. There's a lot of money behind the scenes with a lot of these things. If someone all of a sudden comes out with a take that doesn't make sense, or an opinion that doesn't make sense, or a theory that doesn't make sense, and you're like, why are they saying this? It doesn't make sense. You've got to look behind where the money's coming from, if they're getting money behind the scenes. And media literacy. If something doesn't make sense, you add up all the evidence you can find out there, and you come up to a conclusion, right? And Occam's razor, if it's a super complex back alley fucking double Dutch rudder of fucking horse shit red lines on a board, it's probably not true. The simplest thing is true, and what is becoming more easier for us to be able to determine the truth is that so many of the liars out there aren't even trying to cover their lies anymore. So keep watching, keep listening, and it will become more and more evident who's a cunt and who's not, as they just stop hiding the fact that they're a cunt. So there's your obligatory C-bombs for the day. Enjoy, everyone. Keep your head down, your ass up. Stay healthy, happy. Harold. See you on the next one.